In the middle of the darkness where the flow of time is indiscernible, something is constantly making a faint clicking sound. It's almost as if someone is fiddling with a switch in the thick and boundless darkness.
이상하다. 화면이 계속 안 켜지네. 배터리가 다 된 건가?
As he tries to fix the problem, another man's heavy breathing gradually drowns out the clicking sound. Soon, the screen finally lights up. Gladiolus Valley. The temperature control system installed in the laboratory protects the various resources within it by keeping each room at a temperature of about 21 degrees all year round. Jerome Adams turns the surveillance device in his hand around and points the camera at the thinly dressed man in the corner. Sensing the gaze of both the man and the machine, the man shakes his dirty hair and looks up.
여긴 뭐 하러 온 건가?
In the center of the comically tilted screen, Neil Hume trembles uncontrollably every few seconds. Maybe he's just not dressed enough for the air conditioning, or maybe there are other inexplicable reasons. Jerome Adams kneels down to roll up Neil Hume's sleeves, his gaze lingering for a moment on the needle marks and old wounds littering in his skin.
이유야 늘 같죠. 스승님이 석 교수님 몸 상태 확인해달라고 부탁하셨거든요. 언제든지 CCTV로 교수님 상태를 확인할 수는 있지만 이렇게 얼굴 마주보고 확인하는 게 훨씬 직관적이니까요. 스승님께서는 교수님이 금방 무너지실 거라고 생각하셨는데 그렇진 않은 것 같네요.
Neil Hume lets out a sardonic laugh in response to Jerome Adams' earnest concern. He glares at the man in front of him, or more precisely at the folder the man has placed on the ground behind him.
고유진이 또 나한테 무슨 짓을 시키려는 건가? 설마 내가 잘 협조하면 육체적인 고통이 덜할 거라고 말하려는 건 아니겠지? 가끔은 정말 이해가 안 돼. 세상에 법을 아는 사람이 그렇게 많은데 왜 하필 날 골랐나?
Looking past Jerome Adams, Neil Hume takes a long look at the pile of documents Jerome Adams brought with him.
서류 위조, 탈세, 조세 회피. 자네들을 도와주고 싶어하는 전문가는 수두룩했을 텐데 말이야.
스승님께서는 꼭 교수님이어야만 하는 이유가 있다고 하셨죠. 그리고 이 서류를 읽어보시고 위에 주석을 달아주시면 지낼 곳을 바꿔주신다고 하셨어요.
이곳에서 나가게 해준다고?
네, 아시다시피 여기가 사람 살기 좋은 곳은 아니잖아요. 교수님의 건강 상태도 계속 악화될 거고요. 어쩌면
Jerome Adams doesn't finish, perhaps out of consideration for Neil Hume's feelings. The abnormally calm young man and the tired-looking man stare at each other. Meanwhile, the camera in Jerome Adams' hand captures the shift in Neil Hume's emotions, from his initial anger to his current gloomy silence.
석 교수님, 사람의 생존 욕구는 포기할 수 없는 본능이라고 하더라고요. 자살하기 위해 건물에서 뛰어내린 사람도 결국 바닥에 닿는 마지막 순간에는 충격을 막기 위해 무의식적으로 손을 뻗는다고 하죠.
After saying that, he nudges the folder behind him toward Neil Hume.
그러니까 교수님은 어떤 선택을 하실 건가요? 몇 줄만 써주시면 저랑 같이 여기서 떠나실 수 있는데.
Neil Hume looks down at the folder for a moment. The cover of the folder is completely blank. Just as he is about to open it, he suddenly grabs the camera in Jerome Adams' hands. Seeing this, the nearby guards step forward, but they quickly halt in their tracks by the piercing gaze of Jerome Adams. As a result, Neil Hume manages to turn the camera slowly until it is aimed at Jerome Adams.
떠난다. 인질인 날 해외로 보내서 자네들이 끌고 가려는 건 아니고?
교수님, 농담도 참. 그런 소문은 또 어디서 들으신 거예요?
간단한 추리일 뿐이네.
Now that the camera is facing him, Jerome Adams has become the silent one.
경비 교체 주기가 전에 비해 더 잦아졌어. 오밤중에도 차량이 드나들고 말이야. 그 사람들이 어디로 갔다고 생각하나, 견우? 연휴를 즐기러 간 건 아닐 거 아닌가? 자네들의 눈에는 인질인 내가 이송해야 하는 물건과 다를 바 없겠지.
Jerome Adams tilts his head to the side before chuckling, as if trying to hide his amusement and keep his composure.
경비의 교체는 정상적인 인원 이동이에요. 차량 출입 상황에 대해서는 여기서 교수님이 그런 소리를 들으실 수 있을 것 같진 않거든요. 그러니까 지금 저한테 거짓을 섞어가면서까지 뭔가를 떠보려고 하시는 거죠? 석 교수님. 근데 지금은 그런 것보다 자기 처지를 고려하시는 게 더 중요하지 않을까요?
Due to the difference in their physics and Neil Hume's poor health, Jerome Adams easily regains control of the camera with little effort. Neil Hume instinctively tries to grab Jerome Adams, who is about to stand up, but the guards beside him beat him to it. He hits the ground with a thud, clutching his abdomen.
석 교수님, 꼭 이렇게 하셔야겠어요? 여기서 너무 고집 피우시면 이런 대우밖에 못 받으실 텐데요.
그러니까 자네 말은 나보고 협조하라는 건가? 여긴 너무 어두워서 글씨가 잘 안 보이는군. 자네가 대신 읽어주지 그래. 한번 보도록 하지. 고유진이 보낸 개가 또 어떤 수작을 부릴 수 있는지 말이야.
Neil Hume glares vehemently at Jerome Adams. He doesn't avert his eyes, even if it means he might get kicked again. Karaoke bar in Dallas.
그래서 내가 그 얼굴에 이렇게 한 방 먹였지. 그리고 한 방을 확 날려줬지. 아무리 건장한 남성이라도 버틸 수 없을걸.
In a karaoke bar decorated in the style of the last century, a chubby-faced man punches violently at the air. The people around him all move aside to give him more room. One of them even refills the man's glass.
아이고 김씨, 이제 20대도 다 지났는데 몸 좀 사려야지. 몸을 사리라고? 그렇게 해서 돈이나 벌겠어? 사지 멀쩡할 때 많이 벌어둬야지. 근데 지금 하는 일도 오래 못할 것 같아. 또 일자리 옮기려고? 돈은 벌만큼 벌었어. 일을 옮기긴 무슨.
The man chugs the dark liquid in front of him.
20살 때부터 참 힘들게 살아왔지. 이제야 큰 돈 좀 만질 수 있게 된 거야. 큰 돈? 김씨, 그게 무슨... 뭐 그리 묻는 게 많아? 짜증나게. 마셔! 마셔!
Obviously enjoying the feeling of knowing more than everyone else, the man shakes his glass and then smashes it down hard on the call button next to him.
걱정 마. 술값이 100만이 나오든 1000만이 나오든 나중에 바로 다 현금으로 갚아줄 테니까. 돈 못 받으면 변호사 시켜서 나 잡아가라고. 어때?
Not wanting to spoil the mood, the manager lets out a few awkward chuckles at the lousy joke. As empty bottles keep falling onto the carpet, more waiters come in with more bottles of various colors. Artem's office. Even though it's already lunchtime, you're still in Artem's office. A man in a black and white uniform sits awkwardly on one side of the medium-sized coffee table, glancing at you and Artem sitting side by side.
그날 밤이 지나고 김 씨가 진짜로 사라져버릴 줄은 누가 알았겠습니까? 아예 연락이 안 됩니다. 술값에 말할 것도 없고요. 여러 번 생각해봤지만 역시 변호사한테 상담하는 게 좋을 것 같더군요. 아, 백 변호사님? 백 변호사님!
Seeing Autumn fully focused on reading the document in his hand, the karaoke bar manager hesitates for a moment before waving his hand in front of him. Autumn hasn't uttered a word since the man started talking about his situation. He isn't distracted, but rather, it's more like his thoughts has dragged him into a silent abyss. Is Mr. Wing still feeling jet-lagged? You tug the corner of Autumn's suit gently while the manager isn't paying attention. If I knew this would happen, I would have just said no when he asked me to change his flight to go home earlier. Lately, Autumn has been on one international business trip after another without a break, and he also mentioned this many times during meetings with the N2X investigation team. However, just when you thought this busy period would continue for a while, you received news a few days ago that he will return home early. Thinking of this, you can't help but glance at the suitcase in the corner of the office. Autumn came to meet this client the moment he got off the plane.
전 괜찮습니다. 자료를 보는데 그냥 좀 이상한 설명이 있어서요. 김 씨, 그러니까 김태석 씨가 노래방에 거액의 외상을 달아두고 연락이 두절됐다는 겁니까?
You can't help but look at the same document Autumn was staring intently at a few seconds ago, spotting a photo inside it. The middle-aged man in the photo is wearing a full suit, and his shiny leather shoes seems to have caught Autumn's attention.
네, 몇 주 전의 일입니다. 김 씨, 그러니까 김태석은 저희 가게 단골 손님입니다. 자주 와서 노래도 부르고 그랬죠. 근데 그날 밤처럼 비싼 걸 닥치는 대로 주문한 적은 없었습니다. 김 씨 지갑 사정을 잘 알기 때문에 일부러 물어보기까지 했고요. 근데 워낙 성격이 다혈질이라 대놓고 돈을 갚으라고 하진 못했습니다. 그냥 언제 또 들릴 건지만 물어봤죠. 그때 김 씨는 가슴을 치면서 금방 돈 받아서 갚을 거라고 했습니다. 근데 나중에 전화했을 때는 받지를 않더군요. 아이, 설마...
The manager claps his hands together and twists his fingers nervously. You start frowning before his worried mumbling can lead your thoughts astray. Manager, as far as I know, legitimate karaoke bars generally don't allow customers to spend on credit, correct? Plus, you said you knew that he wasn't well off, so why did you still allow him to leave without paying that night?
김태석 씨는 개인적으로 친분이 있는 사이입니다. 전에도 돈을 빌려준 적이 있는데 항상 제때 갚았고요. 근데 이렇게 오랫동안 실종 상태 아닙니까? 저도 그런 나쁜 추측은 하고 싶지 않습니다만 혹시라도... 그래서 물어보러 온 겁니다. 정말 만약에 어쩔 수 없이 법적 절차를 밟아 채무를 추심해야 한다면 제 쪽에서 뭘 준비해야 하는 겁니까? 당연하겠지만 작은 일이기 때문에 꼭 백 변호사님께 부탁드릴 필요는 없을 것 같습니다만...
The manager looks at Autumn uneasily, perhaps aware of how much he charges for a case. He aside, Mr. Wing will probably assign a small case like this to me or another young attorney. Mr. Wing, Autumn closes the folder the moment you start speaking. A corner of the photo is still exposed. As Autumn takes another look at the man in the photo, a strange look flashes across his face. But before you can give him a puzzled look, he turns to look at the karaoke bar manager with his usual professional demeanor.
이 일은 제가 계속 맡겠습니다. 처음부터 저를 지명해서 의뢰를 맡기셨으니까요. 안 그렇습니까?
그것도 맞긴 한데 그때는 홈페이지만 보고 변호사님 연락처가 가장 위에 있길래 거기로 전화한 거라서요. 근데 나중에 들어보니까 정말 다른 사람들이 말하는 것만큼 의뢰비가 비쌉니까?
In response to the seriousness of the manager's odd question, Autumn raises his eyebrows and smiles helplessly.
비용은 걱정하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 전 의뢰 유형에 따라 비용을 받습니다. 간단한 법률 상담은 상상하시는 것만큼 높지 않습니다. 다시 말씀드리면 전 비쌀 수도 그리 비싸지 않을 수도 있다는 겁니다.
After saying that, he glances at the glass separating the office from the corridor for some reason. You follow his gaze and see Kiki Bennett waving and pointing at you. You rush over to the glass door and close it behind you so that Artem and his new client can talk in peace. Law firm corridor.
선배, 한참 찾았잖아요. 선배, 빨리 와봐요. 선배 자리에 있는 유선 전화기가 한참 동안 울렸다고요. 엄청 급한 클라이언트인가 봐요.
Someone is calling my landline number. Even clients with the most urgent business needs usually reach out using your mobile number these days. Yet another unusual situation since Autumn's return unfolds as you walk quickly through the phone ringing at your desk. After answering the call, you hear a familiar voice.
여보세요? 변호사 누나 전화 맞나요? 법률 의뢰를 상담하고 싶은데요.
Marius, why did you just call my mobile number?
메시지 보냈는데도 답장이 없어서 유선 전화로 건 거예요. 내가 맞춰볼까요? 아침 일찍부터 변호사 사무소에 가서 여태까지 휴대폰 볼 시간도 없었던 거죠? 전에 출장 때문에 바쁘시다던 분이 나타나셨나 봐요.
Marius' teasing voice comes through the phone, but you instinctively pick up on a bit of curiosity and willfulness underneath. Since you have nothing to hide from him, you nod and tell him everything about the current situation. Yes, Mr. Wing returned on a morning flight today, and I've been busy because we were discussing a new case.
마침 잘 됐어요. 나도 두 변호사님이 확인해줬으면 하는 게 있거든요.
What new information? You can vaguely hear someone else talking on the other side of the phone, and the voice is also strangely familiar. Just as you lean closer to the receiver to listen carefully, Mary's voice drowns out the other sounds.
여기서 얘기하려면 한참 걸릴 것 같은데요. 그러니까 본부에서 만나서 얘기해요.
And to West headquarters. Several hours later, you and Artem arrive at the headquarters. The first thing you see after opening the door is Marius, who is reading a pile of documents on the sofa. Marius, are the others not here yet? An unknown object suddenly bursts in the quiet room. When you open your eyes after a moment, all you can see is Artem's back.
뭐지?
Mr. Wing, you...
어라? 내가 생각한 것보다 반응 속도가 훨씬 빠르네요.
What happened? I can't see anything, Miss Wing. While you're trying to get away from Artem to see what's going on, you suddenly hear Mary's casual comment.
이럴 줄 알았으면 누나도 끌어들일 걸 그랬어요. 그럼 확실히 성공률이 올라갔을 텐데.
Tracing the sun to its source, you see that Maris has put away the documents and is now holding a small party popper. Atom must have acted on instinct when he stood in front of you to protect you the moment the popper went off. His shoulders are covered with colorful confetti. Looking further into the distance, you see that Maris is winking at you slyly. Mr. Wing, you're good. Let me clean it for you.
폭죽? 이게 무슨...
일찍 귀국해서 회의에 참석하게 된 걸 축하하는 거예요. 오랫동안 자리를 비웠잖아요. 다들 보고 싶어 했다고요.
축하요.
As if he is trying to verify the truth of Maris' words, Arthur mumbles as he looks at the surroundings. Without saying a word, the two other people visible to him in the conference room choose to avoid his eyes at this moment.
우리는 유신우 씨가 사람들이 모인 겸 회의하자고 해서 왔을 뿐이에요. 그 다음에 일어난 일에 대해서는
He raises his eyebrows as he seems to recall something. Then he stealthily stuffs the colorful flag in his hand behind a sofa pillow.
저도 잘 모르는 일이니까 깊게 파고들지 마세요.
저도요. 윤노아 씨가 증명해 줄 거예요. 절대 제가 자발적으로 한 게 아니거든요.
Maris gave everyone some items to welcome the two of you with, but some of them thought these items were too childish and didn't use them. Perhaps they did their best not to complain about Maris calling everyone here just for this until you and Atom appeared. Because of this, you nod out of some unspoken understanding. I can imagine. Shall we get back to the matter at hand? On the phone, Maris told me that there was some new information to confirm. What is he referring to?
그거라면 아마 강역시 쪽 조사 진도와 관련된 일일 거예요.
이제 시작했을 뿐이죠.
Without further explanation, Luke opens the big data lab and pulls up a page.
전에 여민석 정섭인 사건으로 폭로됐던 해마회 고위층 자살 사건 말인데 국정원으로부터 추가 조사 허가 받았어요. 보이는 것처럼 조사팀도 빅데이터 센터에서 관련 사건 서류를 열람할 권한을 가지게 됐고요. 사건이 오래됐고 워낙 특별한 사건이다 보니 앞으로는 경찰 측과 합동해서 수사를 진행하게 될 거예요. 어느 쪽이든 진전이 있으면 바로 전달할게요.
The cool electronic screen doesn't offer much, just a list of names that ring all too familiar, such as Hank Barnes, Hannah Barnes, and Letha Gray. Behind each of those names are real people who got caught up in the same conspiracy at different points of time until they came to your attention. From the Sophora painting in Letha Gray's room to the old pyramid scheme case, the trail leading to the origins of the NTOS drug research is becoming clearer. We must be getting close to the truth. It won't be long until...
경찰이랑 협동 수사를 하는 것 자체에는 이견이 없는데요. 근데
Mary's voice interrupts your thoughts. Eyes fixed on the screen, he casually rubs the colorful confetti from the party poppers around his finger before releasing them again.
내가 잘못 본 건지 모르겠는데 이것보다 더 높은 우선순위의 사건이 있는 것 같은데요.
As Luke scrolls up the screen, everyone sees a line of highlighted text.
저거요. 김태석 실종 사건.
김태석?
That's the person who disappeared in the case Mr. Wing just accepted. After you see that, everyone looks at Artem. While everyone waits for him to see something, he stares at the screen, deep in thought like he was before in his office. However, he seems unfazed by the keys or the familiar name in front of him, calmly switching into his work mode as if it were second nature.
그 사람이 맞네요. 자세히 한번 보여줄 수 있나요? 마침 의뢰인이 제공한 관련 자료도 가져왔으니까 빠르게 대조해 볼 수 있겠네요.
After speaking, he switches places with Luke and browses the information on the screen, looking down occasionally to make notes on his documents. You've seen this play out countless times at the firm. Knowing how meticulously Arthur attends to details, you figure you'll be waiting for a while. However, you hear him clearing his throat gently after just a few minutes.
전체적으로 봤을 때 제가 의뢰인한테 얻은 정보는 김태석의 개인 정보와 실종 전 행적에 치중돼 있어요. 그래서 빅데이터 센터에 있는 정보들로 김태석이 실종된 다음의 행적에 대한 부분을 보완했죠. 지금부터 이 정보들을 토대로 간단하게 사건을 정리해 볼게요.
From where you're standing, you can see that Artem has circled many things on the documents he brought with him in just a few minutes. Saying he'll give us a brief overview is just his way of being humble. Mr. Wing's work efficiency is simply out of this world.
김태석의 개인 정보부터 보도록 하죠. 김태석은 과거에도 절도 혐의로 징역형을 살았고 약 5년 전부터 미림시에서 일을 시작했어요. 지금까지 경비나 운전기사 같은 일을 해오긴 했지만 다 오래가진 않았고요. 일 자체가 비정규직인 것도 있지만 자진해서 사직한 경우가 꽤 많죠. 일을 자주 바꿨던 이유에 대해서는 의뢰인의 기억을 토대로 간단하게 정리해봤어요.
Having said that, Artem passes the documents around, letting everyone take turns reading them. Some of the contents are obviously a transcript of the karaoke bar manager's words, probably from when you went to answer the phone call at your desk. Couldn't make quick money, Louis just quarrels with coworkers held in custody for fighting. One of these so-called reasons was that he felt that his boss glared at him in the mornings, which leaves you speechless. As you read the documents, you start to understand why Artem wanted you to read them yourselves instead of just explaining everything. Whatever he says now might influence your opinions and lead you to jump to conclusions about Finn Jackson's behaviors. Is Mr. Wing choosing to let us read the materials ourselves instead of commenting on Finn Jackson to ensure we remain unbiased? But even so, most people probably still see Finn Jackson in the same light.
사람들의 시각으로 본다면 김태석은 돈에 눈이 먼 양아치군요.
Vince says what everyone is probably thinking before you do.
생활도 불안정하고 언행에도 충동적인 면이 여기저기 보이네요. 의뢰인인 노래방 매니저도 같은 생각이겠죠. 그래서 회상할 때 무의식적으로 이런 편향적인 서술을 한 걸 거고요. 김태석은 노래방에서 광기 어린 소비를 보여주고서 갚겠다는 약속을 했어요. 하지만 김태석의 성격을 아는 매니저는 전혀 믿지 않았을 거예요. 이렇게 보면 매니저가 법률 지원을 찾은 동기도 명확하네요. 시간이 흐르면서 김태석이 약속을 안 지키고 숨어버렸다는 최악의 경우를 가정하게 된 거죠.
After listening to Vince's inference, you frown after contemplating his words briefly. Going into hiding to avoid his debts, neither his personal situation nor anything he has done or said before his disappearance can make us sure of this conclusion, right?
맞아요. 의뢰인의 생각은 그렇다 치더라도 김태석의 과거만으로는 사라진 이유를 단정짓기 어렵죠. 게다가 빅데이터 센터에서 제공한 사건의 세부 사항을 고려해보면 채무를 피하기 위해서 도피했다는 주장은 설득력이 떨어져요.
그건 또 무슨 말이에요?
일주일 전쯤에 미림시 교회의 한 파출소에서 가짜 자동차 부품 암거래 사건을 수사하던 중 우연히 김태석의 차를 발견했다고 해요. 교회에 폐기된 쓰레기 매립장이 버려져 있었는데 차체의 충돌 흔적이 뚜렷하게 남아있는 데다가 주변에서 김태석의 발자국도 발견됐죠. 사건 현장을 종합적으로 조사한 결과 현재 경찰은 김태석이 어떤 원인으로 인해 차를 버리고 도망쳤을 확률이 높다고 판단했고요. 하지만 그 근처 CCTV가 부족해서 차체 손상의 원인이 교통사고 때문인 건지 교통법규를 위반해서 그런 건지는 아직 확실하지 않아요.
The karaoke bar manager said Finn Jackson ordered a lot of expensive alcohol on Friday at the karaoke bar that night. Could he have had an accident while driving under the influence of alcohol?
두 사건이 전후 관계에 연관성이 있을 수는 있겠지만 사건 현장을 확인해 보지 않은 상황에서 결론을 내리는 건 어려울 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 그날 밤 김태석이 운전한 차에는 김태석 혼자만 있었던 게 아닐 가능성이 높거든요.
More photos pop up after Artem taps the screen. The photos are all images of the landfill. In the center of the screen is a private vehicle with a QR code on it.
현재 경찰이 제공한 정보에 따르면 김태석은 부업으로 콜택시를 했는데 거의 매일 운행했던 걸로 보여요. 쓰레기 매립장에 버려진 차 안에도 실제로 승객이 남긴 개인 물품이 남아 있었고요. 그리고 그 승객은 현재 김태석과 동일하게 행방불명 상태죠. 해당 승객도 미림시에 거주하는 시민인데 이름은 최예월. 글로벌 전자상거래 회사를 운영한다고 해요.
According to the photos taken by the police, the inside of the car is a complete mess. Ride-sharing service cases that you have seen on the news flood your mind, and each case is terrifying enough to shatter people's assumptions of urban safety. No, I can't assume the worst immediately. While pushing the horrifying thoughts out of your mind, you notice something strange in Artem's narrative. Although the belongings of a passenger were found in the car, Artem still said it was only likely that there wasn't just one person in the car. Doesn't the presence of another person's belongings in the car directly prove that a passenger had gotten onto Finn Jackson's car? Unless... By the way, did Finn Jackson really manage to avoid all surveillance cameras on the night he disappeared? He just vanished into thin air like that?
쓰레기 매립장 일대의 인프라가 워낙 안 좋거든요. 화인이 전에 그쪽 지역을 개발하려고 해서 답사를 가본 적 있어요. 말 그대로 상업적 가치가 없는 맹지예요. 뭐 우리한테는 그렇더라도 김태석한테는 그렇지 않을지도 모르지만요. 진짜 전형적인 양아치라면 말이에요. 김태석 본인의 능력이랑 인맥을 이용하면 몇 개 있지도 않은 CCTV를 피하는 것 정도는 어려운 일이 아니니까요.
Maris deliberately glances at Artem after expressing his opinion on Finn Jackson.
물론 지금은 다 가설일 뿐이에요. 아직 김태석에 대한 결론을 내린 건 아니고요. 어떤 상황이든 우선 쓰레기 매립장에 가서 직접 봐야 판단할 수 있는 거잖아요. 안 그래요?
Even without the case, Finn Jackson is someone Artem needs to find urgently, so he will definitely go. Thinking of that, you shoot a quick glance at Artem. As you expected, he nods and then takes back the documents he had passed around.
그렇네요. 김태석은 제 의뢰의 관련자이기도 하니 제가 사건의 후속 조치를 하는 편이 좋을 거예요. 최대한 빨리 경찰 쪽에 사건 현장 출입을 신청하고 의뢰인과 추가적인 정보를 확인하도록 하죠. 의뢰인은 김태석과 개인적인 친분이 있으니 사건 해결에 도움이 될 만한 정보를 더 얻을 수 있을지도 모르겠네요.
혼자서요?
Vin sounds very calm, like he is asking if someone will go home or stay a little longer after getting off work. But even so, you can hear what he is implying. The case Arthur accepted is progressing too quickly, and there are too many coincidences. After receiving just one phone call from a karaoke bar manager, Atom rushed back from overseas merely for a debt collection consultation. The disappearance of the debtor was also recorded and highlighted by the Big Data Lab. Is it because Mr. Wing already knows something that he is acting so quickly? If Artem had really conducted investigations on his own during his frequent business trips, that might explain why he is reacting so quickly. But he still hasn't told me what he did during his business trips. At the same time, you worry you might come across as overreacting if you start questioning him about this. What if Artem really has been busy with the firm's affairs? While you wonder if you should interrupt their conversation, Winston becomes more confrontational.
사건 현장에 가는 것, 그리고 의뢰인과 만나는 것. 이건 분신술을 할 수 있는 게 아닌 이상 효율을 살려 동시에 할 방법은 없을 것 같은데요. 단독 행동도 팀원들이 선호하는 방식은 아니고요. 혹시 백은호 씨한테는 이 사건을 빨리 조사해야 하는 특별한 이유라도 있는 건가요?
제 뜻은
The fact that Dr. Richter also has similar doubts is not surprising, but I don't think he'll get the answer he wants by asking Mr. Wing so directly. I should ask Mr. Wing if he'll let me go with him while I still can. I'll take this one step at a time. You try to find the right moment to speak before this conversation becomes awkward. But then Artem shakes his head and breaks the brief silence.
당연히 그런 뜻은 아니에요. 저와 함께 움직일 시간이 있다면 반대할 이유가 없죠. 근데 제가 알기로 윤노아 씨는 교마회와의 심리 상담이 아직 안 끝났을 거거든요.
The topic steers away from Artem again. Vin also decides not to delve deeper into the matter like before and simply admits it.
네, 그래서 요즘은 자리를 비울 수가 없어요. 하지만 그렇다고 해서 다른 사람도 바쁜 건 아니죠.
그럼 투표 어때요? 다들 손 들어봐요. 이 시간대에 다른 일 때문에 바쁘면 손을 내리는 거예요.
Maris seems to be enjoying himself and fans the flames by interjecting at this moment. Although it sounds like a joke at first, judging from his expression, he seems to be playing another one of his usual tricks. However, this time, Vin and Luke aren't in a hurry to distance themselves from the matter like before and raise their hands at the same time.
유치하지만 비교적 공평한 방법이긴 하네요.
I'll do what everyone is doing then. Huh? After several seconds, your hand is the only one still in the air. Since the others also agreed to vote on this matter, you thought that at least one of them would want to participate in the investigation. Why else would they have raised their hands with such enthusiasm? While still in shock and trying to wrap your head around the situation, you turn to Luke, who is closest to you. Luke, you...
국정원에서 해마회 고위층을 대상으로 한 조사가 이제 막 시작된 참이라 지원 가야 하거든. 다들 나보다는 시간이 있을 거라고 생각해서 손을 내린 건데 아니면 다시 한 번 더 투표할까?
It's okay, you do what you need to do. What about you, Maris? Maris, who seemed the most excited earlier, sticks his tongue at you.
좀 봐줘요, 누나. 수업 들으러 가야 된다고요. 아직 논문이랑 과제가 한참 남았단 말이에요. 마감에 쫓기는 게 얼마나 힘든 일인데요.
Why are they all... Meanwhile, Vince smiled casually as if Marius had acted exactly as he anticipated and done just what he hoped. After recalling Vince's profession and seeing a rare and realized expression on his face, you instantly understand what's going on. It's okay, everyone has gone through this before. Well, it looks like it will be just me and Miss Wing then.
전 괜찮아요. 같이 움직이면 마음도 좀 놓일 거고요.
Atom also seems a little surprised by what's happened, but he accepts it.
일단 주차장에서 차 가지고 올게요. 밖에서 조금만 기다려줘요.
Sure thing, Mr. Wing. After watching Artem leave, you turn your gaze back to the room. Maris pulls a huge shoulder bag out from behind the sofa and deftly takes a Bluetooth earbud case out of a side pocket. The scene really reminds you that he is still a college student after all. Hold on, an earbud case. Maris, where did you start using earbuds? You remember that he usually wears headphones, yet here he is wearing earbuds. Mary seems to be excited that someone has finally noticed something different about him and opens a small charging case in front of you again.
드디어 알아봐주는 사람이 생겼네요. 화인에서 개발 중인 블루투스 스포츠 이어폰인데 기존 모델의 거리 제한을 개선한 모델이에요. 아직 테스트 중이지만요. 개발팀 사람들 다 하나씩 쓰고 있는데 내가 안 쓸 수 없죠. 아, 누나. 일로 좀 더 와봐요.
What is it? Curious about the new product, you get closer to him. Behind Marius, Vince seems to prop up his glasses, catching your attention with a flash of reflecting light.
이어폰을 먼저 쓰고 머리카락을 이쪽으로 넘기면 움직이지 말아봐요. 내가 머리카락 정리해줄게요. 짜잔! 이러면 수업 때 대놓고 딴짓할 수 있어요. 학교든 어디든.
In class? Alarm bells go off in your mind. Yeah, this is definitely not something you want a professor to hear. Vin gets up and walks to the door before you can move your hair back in place. He then puts his hand on the handle.
소리나 쳐도 다 들려요. 제가 학교에서 유신우 씨 전공을 가르치진 않지만 교수 앞에서 큰 소리로 잔머리 굴리는 모습 보이는 건 좋지 않아요, 학생.
He then closes the door behind him after teasing the both of you. Outside the villa, Vin walks around the garden with great familiarity and soon finds Artem's car. Artem, who is flipping through the documents in his hand beside the car, looks up after hearing Vin approaching. As if he were expecting Vin to appear uninvited sooner or later, Artem closes the documents and looks at him.
처음부터 시간 되는 사람은 딱 한 사람뿐이라는 걸 알고서 투표하는 걸 묵인한 거죠. 절 따라오게끔 만들려고.
단독 행동은 위험하니까요. 그건 제가 이미 몸소 증명한 것 같은데요.
Interjecting softly to stop Artem from saying his inference out loud, Vin glances at the villa door he had just closed gently. The dazzling white steps in the sunlight remind him of some past events, bringing a smile to his face.
그 일 덕분에 조사팀에서 가장 믿을 만한 사람이 누구인지 확인할 수 있었죠. 그건 그렇고 너무 급하게 나가는 거 아닌가요? 물건까지 두고 가다니.
네? 뭐 두고 온 기억 없는데.
Autumn's confused whisper is cut off abruptly. Silence fills the air as he stares at the name on the document folder in Vin's hand.
전에 유선상으로 말한 적 있죠. 돌아온 뒤에 얘기할 게 있다고. 이번에도 김태석 사건처럼 최대한 빨리 읽어줬으면 해요.
Karaoke bar manager's testimony. Testimony compiled by Artem after questioning the karaoke bar manager. It concerns personal information the manager knows about Finn Jackson, including his past experience, personality, work, and more. First, Finn Jackson was imprisoned for robbery when he was younger. He moved from his hometown to Salis to find work after being released from prison. Second, while living and working in Salis, Jackson changed jobs several times. This includes his time as temporary security and a driver. Third, Jackson was volatile and aggressive, and he frequently butted heads with his coworkers. Fourth, due to changing jobs so frequently, Jackson's finances were not stable. Before he disappeared, he spent a large amount of money at a karaoke bar on credit. Fifth, during his spending spree at the karaoke bar, Jackson told the manager he had finally saved up enough money to turn things around. However, he did not specify how he did so. Landfill. It doesn't take long before the police approve your application to go to the place where Finn Jackson abandoned his car and you two set off one morning. Maris was right. The place looks desolate, possibly because the development plan was shelved. As it took the entire morning to get here from the city, it is already noon.
넘어지지 않게 발 조심해요.
After seeing the environment here, Autumn decisively takes the lead and guides you along the narrow path through the garbage. Although you prepared good walking shoes because you'd anticipated the situation here, the path is more difficult to traverse than you two have imagined, so you move forward slowly under the scorching sun. I can do it. The light reflecting from the abandoned metal next to the road makes it even hotter here. A sigh of relief escapes your lips when you see the police at the end of the path. When offered a bottle of mineral water by a young policeman, Atom waits politely to decline and starts looking around.
엄반장님, 지금 이게
Policemen are rushing around everywhere in sight, but there is also a crowd of people nearby.
실종자와 관련된 정보를 놓치지 않도록 아직 전담반 사람들이 일대를 전면 수색하고 있습니다.
Captain Morgan, as far as we know, hasn't Finn Jackson been missing for almost a month now? They should already search him for ages ago. This landfill is massive, which only makes the search more difficult. Doris Morgan glances at you, then sighs helplessly.
무슨 말씀을 하시려는 건지 알고 있습니다. 쓰레기 속에서 실종된 지 한참 된 사람을 찾는 건 사막에서 바늘 찾기와 다름없죠. 물론 그 때문에
He motions for you and Atom to follow him. Then he makes an opening in the cordon.
두 분이 저희보다 운이 좋길 바랄 수밖에 없겠군요.
Even the bumper is dented. After walking to the side of the car, you are shocked by the size of the damage, which is far worse than you imagined.
아쉽지만 CCTV 영상이 없어서 차량에서 도대체 어떤 일이 있었던 건지 단정할 수가 없어요. 다른 차량과의 충돌이 아니더라도 이 근방에 버려진 물건 중에 비슷한 자국을 남길 수 있는 건 얼마든지 있으니까요.
You follow Artem's gaze and see many hard objects such as steel pipes scattered in the landfill. Those dents could have been caused by someone smashing the car with those items. He's right. We can't confirm what accident Finn Jackson may have had without any key surveillance footage. This, tho- this thought sends a wave of frustration and annoyance throughout your body. Given Finn Jackson's ability and connections, it shouldn't be difficult for him to avoid the surveillance cameras. The casual guess Maris made during the meeting echoes in your mind. So, I shouldn't jump to a conclusion. That being said, how many people can be completely neutral and objective in a case? In front of you is a piece of sandy land that is slightly more level than the entire landfill. At first glance, the ground looks just as dirty as the road leading to the landfill, but you quickly frown. Mr. Wing, is this a roller mark?
한번 확인해 보죠.
After asking the police officer with you if he can check the ground carefully, Atom crouches down without any regard for the dirtiness. He runs his fingers over the faint but regular pattern of the marks and nods at you.
너비랑 방향으로 봤을 때 캐리어 바퀴가 지나가면서 남은 자국일 거예요. 김태석이 버린 차량의 트렁크 주변까지 간헐적으로 이어져 있어요. 이상한 긁힘 자국도 있고요.
Rather than calling them scratch marks, they look more like marks left behind by someone who was desperately trying to get rid of the roller marks but then stepped on them in anger after realizing it was an elaborated task. Now that I think about it, the karaoke bar manager mentioned that Finn Jackson is quite impatient. Could these marks have been left behind when Finn Jackson pulled the suitcase?
그럴 가능성도 배제할 순 없습니다. 샘플 조사 결과 바퀴 자국이 생긴 시점은 김태석이 사라진 그날 밤인 걸로 확인됐습니다. 누군가 발로 자국을 지우려 하는 흔적이 있고 일부는 빗물로 인해 손상된 상태입니다.
Upon hearing this, Atom quickly checked the weather on his phone.
지난 몇 주 동안 이 지역에 비가 내렸습니다. 그럼 설명이 되겠군요. 사건 발생 당일 이곳에서 캐리어를 끌고 다니던 김태석이 이후에 그 자국을 지우려고 했던 걸지도 모르겠습니다. 성격이 급한 사람이라 아주 작은 바퀴 자국을 지울 만큼의 인내심 따윈 없었을 거고요. 실종 이후에 빗물이 자국을 더 불규칙적으로 만들었겠군요.
But why would Finn Jackson place a suitcase in his car and drag it on the ground here? Had he already made up his mind to leave Themis? Or was there something in the car that he had to get rid of? You take a few steps around the car and see some indentations in the sandy ground under your feet. Darius Morgan is standing nearby, but he seems to be deep in thought. Are these footprints? The size of the footprints becomes more apparent as you get closer. These footprints are much larger than mine. Were they left by an adult male? Considering the size of the footprints and the fact that Darius Morgan is watching you, you have a vague feeling about the owner of these footprints.
엄반장님, 김태석의 발 사이즈는 확인하신 겁니까?
차량이 발견된 다음 바로 미림시에서 김태석이 묵었던 저가 임대주택을 수색했습니다. 개인 물품으로 봤을 때 평소에 자주 신던 신발 사이즈는 270mm로 파악됩니다. 신발 사이즈뿐만 아니라 걸음걸이도 이 흔적과 일치합니다. 김태석이 남긴 발자국이라고 거의 단정 지을 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Hold on, Finn Jackson's shoe size aside, why would the police know what walking habits he has? You give Artem a puzzled look that he instantly understands.
걸음걸이라고 하셨습니까?
김태석은 전과가 많아서 경찰 쪽에 관련 기록이 남아 있습니다. 사진이나 지문, CCTV 영상 같은 것들이죠.
After saying this, he scratches his head irritably.
아이러니합니다. 하필 이번에 흔적도 없이 사라져버리다니.
You lean into the car carefully and notice lots of messy marks on the leather seat. There are dark spots between the scratches.
이건 마른 핏자국이랑 손톱에 긁힌 자국 같네요. 몸싸움으로 남겨진 걸 수도 있지만 다른 가능성도 배제할 수는 없으니까요. 엄 반장님, 혈흔도 샘플 검사를 진행하신 겁니까?
네, 최예월의 혈흔이 맞습니다.
Which means she's probably the one who made this scratch mark. What could have happened at that time? But the landfill contract and the parties involved, Tara Upton and Finn Jackson, are both missing. Looking at these scratches makes you increasingly confused, so you subconsciously look around to search for the other clues. Mr. Wing, this name card is... A company name card is hidden in a gap in the back seat of the car. You see a familiar name on it, Tara Upton. Tara Upton was Finn Jackson's last passenger before he disappeared, and she is also missing. But because we don't have the relevant surveillance footage, we can't confirm whether she got on this car on the night Finn Jackson abandoned it or the time she got on or off the car.
여기 봐요.
Autumn points at certain lines on the name card which states the awards received by Tara Upton's company.
신공항구 기업 공익 실현상, 미림시 사회적 책임 기업상 후보. 모두 공익 관련 상이랑 후보 선정이군요.
They were awarded just this year, too. It looks like Tara Upton is passionate about charity work.
그럴 가능성도 있지만 정말 눈에 띄는 건 다른 곳에 있어요. 제 기억이 맞는다면 올해의 행정구별 기업 공익 실현상은 아직 결과가 안 나왔어요. 그렇다면 위조일 가능성도 있는 거죠.
위조는 아닐 겁니다.
Darius Morgan quickly refused Arthur's guess.
저희 쪽에서 이 내용을 토대로 조사해봤습니다. 결과가 아직 발표되지 않은 건 맞습니다만 위원회에서 최예월한테 상을 주기로 했다고 하더군요. 그리고 최예월의 회사나 다른 어떤 곳에서도 이것과 똑같은 명함을 찾을 수는 없었습니다. 아마 최예월은 어떠한 경로로 수상 결과를 미리 알게 됐고 그걸로 새로운 명함을 따로 판 것 같습니다.
She would probably start using this new name card right after the winners are announced. Autumn has no other questions to ask the police about their investigation results at this time.
새로운 명함이라. 그렇다면 사건 발생 당시 회사의 경영자인 최예월만 이 명함을 가지고 있었다는 거군요.
This once again proves that she had gotten in this car on the night Finn Jackson disappeared. It looks like Finn Jackson had abandoned the car and fled in a hurry because the door was left wide open and the interior was a big mess. Hanging on the rearview mirror is an ornament that is commonly seen on e-commerce platforms, but the words on it look unfamiliar to you. Mr. Wing, this text is...
산스크리트어 같네요. 대학생 때 전공 때문에 라틴어랑 독일어가 필수였는데 호기심이 생겨서 소수 언어도 공부했었거든요. 그래서 산스크리트어나 그리스어를 조금 할 줄 알아요. 잘못 본 게 아니라면 이건 돈이라는 단어를 직역한 걸 거예요.
I knew it. I should never believe him when he says he only knows a bit of anything. Upon hearing your conversation, Darius Morgan comes over.
이 행운의 부적을 생산하는 업체를 찾았는데 번역기 결과를 그대로 가져다 쓴 거라고 합니다. 업체의 발송 기록에서도 김태석이 X사례를 구매했다는 내용을 확인할 수 있었고요. 산스크리트어를 할 줄 아는 사람이 별로 없으니까 이걸 프린팅해서 한 방을 원하는 사람들한테 팔면 성공할 수 있을 것 같아서라고 하더군요.
That's right. Finn Jackson's past behavior does show a strong desire to make lots of money. Darius Morgan is about to continue when Arthur moves closer to the ornament. Is there something strange about the text?
글자의 문제가 아니에요. 엄반장님, 장갑 좀 빌려주시겠습니까?
After a moment, Artem squeezes the ornament gently after wearing the gloves used by CSI officers.
이렇게 생긴 평안부에는 보통 수정과 같은 돌을 넣어두는데 여기에 든 건 돌이 아닌 것 같네요. 열어볼 수 있는지 다시 확인해 봐야겠어요.
After he asks Darius Morgan and other relevant personnel of the CSI if the ornament can be dismantled, everyone eventually agrees to have a professional take it apart. After some rustling sounds, the CSI officer stands up with a small piece of creased paper in hand. Isn't this a name card? Tara Upton, CEO of Samara E-Commerce.
최예월은 김태석이 실종되기 전 마지막으로 차에 탄 승객입니다. 역시나 실종된 상태고요. 최예월의 명의로 된 기업의 경영과 인원 현황에 대해서 이미 경찰이 조사에 착수한 상태입니다. 필요하시다면 언제든지 자료 열람을 신청할 수 있을 겁니다.
Autumn, however, is in no rush to ask about Tara Upton's situation and flips over the name card instead. He seems to be fully focused on reading the card. Some time passes before he looks up at you.
명함에 잡힌 흔적이 많아요. 명함을 받은 누군가가 여러 번 뒤집어 봤나 보네요.
This ornament belongs to Finn Jackson, although it is common for people to modify the protective charms that are used to make wishes. It's just a little too creepy to stuff a stranger's name card into an ornament. Was Tara Upton really just one of Finn Jackson's passengers? This looks like a rideshare service QR code that can be found everywhere. Mr. Wing mentioned earlier that Finn Jackson worked as a ride-sharing service driver on the side to make extra money. So this doesn't look out of place.
잠깐만요.
Atom, who pointed his phone at the QR code a few seconds ago, turns to you.
휴대폰으로 스캔해 볼래요?
Sure, give me a moment. After hearing a beep, the ride-sharing service screen you were expecting doesn't appear on the screen. Instead, you see crude web pages riddled with e-marketing slogans like "Get rich with e-commerce" or "Housing fund withdrawal help." The shock you get makes you leave this ominous-looking web page. What did I just see?
가짜 QR 코드예요. 아까부터 이상하다고 생각하긴 했는데 이 차는 그냥 봤을 때 콜택시 차량처럼 보이지만 자세히 보면 여기저기 의심스러운 점이 많아요. QR 코드 말고도 콜택시라면 경찰 시스템에 연결된 CCTV 카메라가 설치되어 있어야 하는데 이 차에는 그런 게 없죠.
Does that mean Finn Jackson's identity as a ride-sharing service driver is fake? Why would he do that? As you look all around you, a bone-chilling possibility creeps into your mind. This car and everything along with it might not simply be the garbage that Finn Jackson was eager to abandon here. Maybe it was a tool that has completed its mission and is no longer needed. But I feel like I'm still missing something. I'll tell Mr. Wing my analysis after we've collected all the evidence we can. Landfill. After walking around Finn Jackson's abandoned car, you and Artem are sweating visibly. You quench your thirst with the iced mineral water given to you by a police officer and steal a glance at Artem's expression from the side after putting the cap back on the bottle. He stares at the abandoned vehicle in a trance with his suit jacket hanging over his arm. The bottle of mineral water in his hand is untouched. He soon realizes that you are looking at him and reluctantly opens the bottle like you.
그냥 계속 사마라라는 단어를 생각하고 있었어요.
Isn't that the name of Tara Upton's company? Recalling the frown on his face when he was examining her company name card not long ago, you quickly blurt out a comment of your own.
네. 번역이 완전히 똑같은 건 아니지만 사마라에서의 약속이라는 동화에서 같은 단어가 나오거든요. 그 이야기 속에서 바그다드에 살던 어느 상인은 우연히 사신과 만나게 돼요. 그리고 죽음을 피하기 위해서 도망을 치고 그렇게 사마라라는 작은 도시에 오게 되죠. 근데 바로 그 사마라에서 사신이 상인을 기다리고 있었던 거예요. 사신은 이렇게 말했어요. 처음 바그다드 시장에서 만났을 때는 무슨 짓을 하려는 게 아니었다. 그냥 놀라서 움찔했을 뿐이다. 그리고 사신은 놀란 이유를 이렇게 설명했죠. 오늘 저녁에 너랑 사마라에서 만나기로 약속되어 있었거든.
So, the merchant's attempt to avoid his fate actually led him right to it. Artem doesn't answer. For a moment, you both remain silent in the midday heat. After all, he, you, and even the police know that it's probably just a coincidence that the company name and the city in the fable have a similar name. But even knowing this, anyone who has seen the crime scene won't be able to stop themselves from associating Finn Jackson and Tara Upton with the characters in the fable. The blood stains on the car irrefutably indicate that someone was hurt here, making it seem like Finn Jackson is the god of death pursuing Tara Upton. Mr. Wing, I've been thinking. I don't think this case is just a simple hit and run. A serious altercation took place here, and at least one party was following a premeditated plan. Artem doesn't dismiss your comment. He withdraws his gaze from the abandoned car and asks you softly.
저도 비슷한 생각이에요. 그럼 먼저 추측한 내용을 말해줄래요?
For starters, the blood stains and scratches left on the back seat of the car suggest that Tara Upton had a serious altercation with Finn Jackson. Although this type of tragedy often begins with a spur-of-the-moment spat between the passenger and the driver, assuming that they were only quarreling at the time, it still doesn't explain why Finn Jackson left roller marks at the scene. In other words, his overly sufficient preparation is actually the most suspicious thing of all.
맞아요. 이론적으로 두 사람이 싸우게 된 건 모종의 이유로 김태석의 차량이 파손되는 바람에 최예월의 스케줄이 꼬이면서 시작됐을 가능성이 높아요. 만약 그렇다면 캐리어에 바퀴 자국이 나타날 이유가 전혀 없었겠죠. 김태석이 바퀴 자국을 발로 찧었을 거라는 혐의는 말할 것도 없고요. 오히려 김태석이 말도 안 되는 짓을 저질렀다는 의구심만 키운 셈이죠.
Yes, taking into account the other factors at the scene, it's safe to say that Jackson didn't just cause this conflict on a whim. Finn Jackson already had Tara Upton's name card and had stuffed it inside the protective charm hanging in his car before they both disappeared. Judging from how worn out the name card looks, it seems as if he was intentionally trying to approach her.
그런 경향이 있긴 하지만 당신의 가설을 바탕으로 하면 한 가지 문제가 존재하게 돼요. 주변의 눈을 피해서 갑자기 다른 사람에게 접근한다는 건 거의 불가능한 일이거든요.
Yes, that's why he chose to approach her as a ride-sharing service driver, becoming everyone's most familiar stranger. Still, he had to take plenty of risks, even with his plan to approach her this way. Ride-sharing services are monitored by the police, which means he can't be a real ride-sharing service driver. Perhaps that's why he prepared that fake QR code.
정말 한쪽이 계획적으로 저지른 일이라면 대부분의 사람들은 김태석의 상황을 고려해 두 가지 결론을 내리겠죠. 첫 번째, 김태석이 예전처럼 돈을 노리고 기업가인 최예월을 노렸다. 이건 일단 의견을 보류할게요. 두 번째, 김태석이 어떠한 개인적인 목적으로 상대방에게 접근했다.
Autumn Stone, while stating these two assumptions, indicates that he disagrees with them. You easily grasp what he's implying. Both of these assumptions stem from subjective judgments about the parties involved and aren't entirely rational. Yes, that's what not anyone would think after seeing the crime scene. But it's our job to explore every possibility and discover the truth, right? For example, some of Finn Jackson and Tara Upton's actions don't make sense. Even if Finn Jackson was pretending to be a ride-share service driver, he had no way to make sure that Tara Upton would get in his car.
맞아요. 가짜 기사라면 플랫폼에서 콜을 받지 못했을 거고 승객을 지정하는 건 더더욱 불가능하죠. 택시 자체가 눈속임이라면 말이 달라지지만요. 서로 모르는 사이인 척하면서 만나기로 계획을 짠 거죠.
So far, it has been confirmed that Finn Jackson might have intentionally approached Tara Upton, but that doesn't rule out the possibility that Tara Upton might have a motive for meeting with him too. Your conversation brings a smile to Artem's face, a smile that seems to contain a hint of approval. She straightens his suit jacket and looks into the distance again.
물론 방금 얘기한 건 추측일 뿐이에요. 그렇다면 이제부터 두 사람의 인간관계를 조사해 실마리를 찾아야 한다는 거겠죠. 그래서 방금 생각해봤는데요. 어쩌면
He stops after hearing some noise in the distance but decides to finish his sentence anyway.
어쩌면 따로 움직이는 게 아니에요. 나중에 다시 얘기하죠.
Mr. Wing? He gets up quickly as you hear some noise coming from where police officers have gathered. You quicken your pace while following Artem along the garbage-strewn path. Before long, he creates an opening in the crowd and slips through with you. In front of you, a police officer with a sweat-covered forehead says something to Darius Morgan while gasping for breath after running too hard.
엄반장님, 뭐라도 찾으신 겁니까?
크진 않지만 24인치 정도 되는 캐리어를 찾았습니다.
A suitcase? The roller marks near the car Finn Jackson abandoned immediately come to your mind.
안에서 최애월의 개인 물품이 다량 발견됐습니다. 그리고
As Darius Morgan considers what to say next, the police officer who was gasping for air suddenly coughs violently, catching everyone's attention. He looks rather young and wouldn't look much older than a college student without his police uniform. At this moment, his young-looking face is all twisted as he vomits into the hot sand. Hanging car pendant. A hanging pendant Finn Jackson hung on his rearview mirror. It has Sanskrit printed on its surface. Upon investigation, it was discovered that Jackson purchased the pendant on the internet. The Sanskrit on its surface roughly translates to wealth. Tara Upton's one business card. A business card that Finn Jackson haphazardly stuffed into the hanging car pendant. It includes the name of Tara Upton's company, as well as her contact information and position. It seems like it has been checked several times. Tara Upton, founder of Samara E-Commerce Co. Limited, Airport District Stylist. Telephone number 08536582894. Samara Co. Ltd at Geely Co. AH. Damage to the vehicle that is difficult to identify. Although there are dents in Finn Jackson's vehicle from the collision, it is impossible to confirm why the vehicle was damaged due to a lack of video surveillance. Sporadic suitcase wheel tracks. There are sporadic suitcase wheel tracks near Finn Jackson's abandoned vehicle. In addition to being erased by an individual, they were also exposed to the rain. Finn Jackson's footprints left at the scene. Finn Jackson's footprints were found near his abandoned vehicle. They are not continuous, and it seems that someone rubbed a portion of them out. Tara Upton, scratches and blood. Tara Upton's blood and scratch marks suspected to be left by Upton were found on the back seat of Finn Jackson's abandoned vehicle. Tara Upton called a rideshare car. A new version of Tara Upton's business car that only she possessed fell out of Finn Jackson's abandoned car. This confirms she took his car the night Jackson disappeared. Finn Jackson, Tara Upton's business card. Finn Jackson stuffed one of Tara Upton's business cards into the hanging car pendant. Finn Jackson's fake rideshare driver identity. The QR code on Finn Jackson's abandoned car was not a typical online rideshare QR code. He had not registered it on any online rideshare platform. Finn Jackson deliberately planned behavior on the night of the incident. Finn Jackson's behavior was abnormal on the night of his disappearance. It seems he deliberately planned out his actions ahead of time. Finn Jackson, two motives. It is still unclear whether Finn Jackson and Tara Upton had a personal relationship. Based on this, Jackson's motive could have been robbery or revenge. Inside the car. Autumn leans over and taps the car's touch screen quickly, turning on the air conditioning. The sight of the police officers running past the car under the scorching sun reminds you that you are still at a crime scene. Not long ago, a rookie police officer in Darius Morgan's team found a suitcase at the foot of a mountain of garbage nearby, and its wheels matched the roller marks found near the abandoned car. They found Tara Upton's clothing and some suspicious human tissue inside the suitcase, and everything had been sent off for testing. All we can do now is wait patiently. As you think, you sense Arthur moving slightly next to you. He glances at you quietly. Upon realizing that you have noticed him moving, he sighs softly and opens the glove compartment in the car. Gummy candy. At least 3 or 4 packs of candies of various flavors are packed together in the small space. According to the label, one pack is chili oil flavored. The sight of the candies triggers your memories, making you chuckle helplessly at them.
아, 앞으로 이렇게 같이 움직일 일이 많을 것 같으니까 사탕을 많이 준비해두면 좋을 거라고 생각했거든요. 김태석이 버린 캐리어를 찾기 전에 말했던 거 기억나나요?
Was it about splitting up to investigate interpersonal relationships of Tara Upton and Finn Jackson?
맞아요. 전 한 번 더 의뢰인과 만나서 김태석에 관련된 단서를 조사해 보려고요. 지금 상황에서는 따로 움직이는 게 가장 효율적일 것 같네요.
More efficient. You can't help but clench the bag of gummy candy in your hand. Autumn had already emphasized this to Vin during the meeting at the headquarters. His desire to investigate this case as quickly as possible was also what aroused Vin's suspicions.
최예월 쪽 조사랑 정리를 부탁해도 될까요? 제가 노래방 매니저 이외에 김태석을 아는 사람들이랑 연락해 볼게요. 교도소 사람이나 전에 접촉했던 경찰이나 이미 만나고 싶은 사람들이 몇 명 있거든요.
I suppose we can, but
그런데
this is exactly what happened at the meeting earlier. Everything is progressing so quickly and smoothly under Autumn's leadership that you don't have many opportunities to get involved. You know very well that if you question him about this right now, he will give you a seemingly legitimate reason: efficiency. But that brings you back to the first question: why has Autumn been so fixated on efficiency since he accepted this case? The fact that he just gave me some gummy candies make it difficult for me to say no to him. I guess I'll have to just wait and see what happens. Of course, the best outcome I'm hoping for is that nothing will change. After that, you shake your head and open a bag of candies to make Autumn feel at ease. But we need to get back to the city first before we split up, right?
네, 제가 운전할게요. 좀 더 쉬고 있어요.
Prison meeting room. In a plain room with grey walls, Autumn is sitting upright in a hard chair, checking the time on his phone every now and then. An iron door creaks as it is open, and a man who looks like a police officer enters the room.
면회 신청. 아, 여기입니다. 한 달 반 전에 신청하신 겁니까?
네, 여기 증빙 서류도 있습니다.
After a brief exchange with the police officer, Autumn straightens his upper body in the cramped meeting room. Once he returned to working alone, he has become much more taciturn than before. After an unbearable wait, a middle-aged man finally appears, dragging his feet over to the other side of the glass.
어떤 사람에 관해 물어보고 싶은 게 있습니다.
Autumn cuts to the chase, taking a photo from his folder and pushing it to the other person. The middle-aged man grins after staring at it for a while.
이거 김씨 아닌가? 왜? 또 이 사람이 누구 돈을 슬쩍하기라도 했나?
제 질문에 대답해 주시죠.
The man restrains himself slightly, or rather, he observes the calm man on the other side of the glass.
너 지금 무슨 생각하는지 다 보여. 한 번 빨간 줄이 그어진 우리 같은 사회악들은 평범한 인간들이랑 더 이상 어울릴 수가 없거든. 김태석은 말이야, 아마도 전형적인 사회악이라고나 할까?
김태석의 과거에 대해 얼마나 알고 있습니까?
엄청 많지. 이쪽은 말이야, 누구 하나 새로 들어오면 첫인사가 "어이, 밖에서 뭐하다 들어왔어거든." 그래서 김태석이 한 짓은 싹 다 알아. 어릴 때부터 상습 절도범이었는데 나이 먹고는 연쇄 범죄까지 벌였다지?
연쇄 범죄 말입니까? 김태석을 감옥으로 보낸 그 절도 사건 맞습니까?
A look of disbelief appears on Artem's face. He flips through the documents at hand, which is a general record of the case that landed Finn Jackson in jail. But because the case happened a long time ago, it only states that Finn Jackson was suspected of being involved in a burglary in his hometown.
여러 재판을 거쳐 본 사건으로 김태석을 5년의 징역에 처한다라는 기록이 있습니다. 혹시 그 사람이 복역하는 동안 이 일에 대해서 언급한 적이 있습니까? 각 재판의 대략적인 상황이라거나.
Artem speaks cryptically, but the prisoner's upraised eyebrows indicate that he understands what Artem is implying.
말했었지. 도둑질로 몇 번이나 끌려와서 재판을 받았는데 얘기 안 하고 배기겠어? 그때 받은 혐의가 주거침입 절도 하나만 있는 것도 아니야.
The man glances at the prison guard behind Artem before moving closer to the glass. It's obvious that his action is unnecessary as Artem can hear everything he says clearly regardless of their distance. Maybe his reason for doing so is to get a better look at the reaction of this decent human being who is the complete opposite of him.
누가 그랬는데 말이야. 김태석이 살인을 했다더라고. 수단이 엄청 잔인했다던데.
그게 무슨 뜻입니까?
사람들이 다 그러더라고. 김태석의 집에 숨어들어서 물건을 훔치기만 한 게 아니라 집주인 부자까지 처리해버렸다고 말이야. 거기에는 산이 많거든. 사람들이 그 아빠를 찾았을 때는 이미 다 썩어 있었대. 아들은 나이에 찾지도 못했어. 근데 누가 산에서 사람 귀 한쪽을 주었다고 하더라고. 그의 귀일 수도 있겠네.
근데 결국 김태석은 살인죄 판결을 받지 않았습니다. 맞습니까?
증거 부족이라서 살인죄를 받진 않았어. 대신 전과가 있어서 주거침입 절도죄로 판결을 받은 거지. 김태석은 항상 자기가 받은 형벌이 무겁다고 투덜댔어. 자긴 아무것도 안 훔치고 아무도 안 죽였다고. 근데 그렇게 말 안 하는 사람이 어디 있어? 나도 나 착하다고 하고 다녀.
Artem looks away in annoyance and speaks to the prison guard due to the prisoner's repeated bantering.
상황은 대충 이해했습니다. 전에 관련 사건 열람 권한 신청해뒀는데 지금 다시 확인하고 싶은 게 있습니다. 김태석은 재판 결과에 불복한 것 같던데 당시 항소를 한 적이 있습니까?
없습니다. 처음에는 항소가 뭔지 아예 몰랐다고 하더군요. 법으로 자기 권리를 보호할 수 있다는 걸 깨달은 다음에는 사법기관 사람들은 죄다 소송을 꼬드기는 녀석들이라며 차라리 가만히 있는 게 낫겠다고 했습니다.
항소할 수 있다는 걸 몰랐다는 겁니까?
Artem mumbles the prison guard's words to himself repeatedly. He seems troubled by this complicated old case and a hint of helplessness that the person involved wasn't able to exercise his personal rights. When he looks at the criminal again, he sees a look of amusement on the criminal's face.
그게 다가 아니야. 김태석 사건이 왜 그렇게 빨리 종결된 건지 알고 싶지 않아?
왜 그랬던 겁니까?
그때 담당자들이 사건이 커지면 자기 승진 날려먹을까봐 강제로 종결시켰어. 근데 결국 수작 부린 게 들통나서 잘렸지. 지금 여기서 같이 재봉기 돌리고 있어. 또 그 사건이랑 관련된 사람이라면 김씨 어머니가 있었네? 수감되기 전에 그 사람 어머니가 찾아왔었어. 아들한테 자백하라면서. 살인한 거 인정하라고 울고불고 난리였지.
그런데도 결국 인정하지 않았다. 이겁니까?
인정 안 했지. 자기 엄마가 자백서에 뭐라도 적어달라고 마지막까지 부탁했는데도 아무것도 안 썼어. 그 사람 어머니는 죄를 인정하면 상황이 나아질 거라고 생각한 거겠지. 근데 당사자 입장에서는 안 했으니까 안 했다고 하는 거잖아. 죽어도 인정 못하지. 어이, 어때? 내 이야기 마음에 드나 모르겠네.
The criminal observes Autumn, who is thinking in silence, and prompts him again like he is waiting for something.
네가 가장 찾고 싶어하는 김 씨를 대신 찾아줄 수는 없지만 숨 돌리는 틈에 이런 이야기를 들을 수 있어서 괜찮지 않았어?
가장 찾고 싶다.
Autumn interrupts him decisively. With one eyebrow raised, he puts away the documents on the table and stands after nodding to the police officer.
사람을 찾는 건 경찰의 일이지. 저나 그쪽과는 상관없는 일입니다. 이번 만남도 말이죠. 시간도 마침 다 됐군요. 오늘은 여기서 끝내는 것도 괜찮겠네요.
The prison guard walks over quickly after Autumn signals at him with his eyes. But the prisoner still stares intently at Autumn, clearly interested in keeping the conversation going.
어이, 정말 상관없는 일 맞아? 아까 교도관한테 왜 네가 날 만나려 하는 건지 물어봤어. 물론 별말 안 해주긴 했지만 나도 대충 짐작 가는 게 있거든. 김 씨한테 무슨 일 생긴 거야. 맞지? 그러니까 그리 급하게.
The criminal seems to see something else, but the prison guard has already turned off the sound control system of the meeting room since the visit is over. As that silence fills the room, Autumn leaves the room. Outside the prison. After leaving the meeting room illuminated by cool lighting, Autumn squints at the bright sunlight.
백 변호사님! 백 변호사님!
When his eyes adjust to the brightness, he sees someone jogging over while waving his hands in the sunlight.
해 잘못 온 걸까봐 걱정했습니다. 여기 대문 앞에서 만나자고 하신 거 맞습니까?
네, 방금 안쪽 일이 지체되는 바람에 좀 늦었습니다.
The manager feels relief after hearing Autumn's words. He follows Autumn into the shade of a tree while trying to pull something out of his bag.
전에 필요하다고 말씀하신 정보 조금 더 정리해봤습니다.
이건 김태석이 지금까지 몸담았던 회사들입니까?
Autumn flips through the handwritten information the manager hands to him.
네, 맞습니다. 제가 기억하는 건 다 적었고요. 거의 비슷할 겁니다. 경비업체 같은 것들이거든요. 다른 것도 있는데 변호사님께만 따로 말씀드려야 할 것 같습니다.
The manager's voice fades until it is barely a whisper. He looks at the towering prison wall with inexplicable fear and leans closer to Autumn.
이거 보기보다 연루된 게 많을지도 모릅니다.
네? 그게 무슨 뜻입니까?
For a moment, the manager looks at Autumn and opens his mouth like he is about to tell him something. But in the end, he just shuffles awkwardly on the spot.
제 말은 정말로 뭔가 알아내신다고 하더라도 확신을 갖기 전에는 함부로 움직이지 않는 게 좋을 것 같다는 겁니다. 변호사님은 사람을 찾고 싶고 전 돈을 되찾고 싶고 서로의 목적을 이루려면 신중하게 행동하는 편이 좋지 않겠습니까? 아무래도 변호사님은 꼭 뭔가 다른 이유로 김 씨를 찾으시는 것 같습니다. 조급하게 하다가 무슨 일이라도 생기면 서로 손해 아니겠습니까? 그게 아니라면 제 전화 한 통으로 변호사님이 귀국하신 게 설명이 안 되거든요.
The occasional chirping of birds on a nearby tree easily drowns out the sound of the manager's nervous whispers. In his eyes, the swaying shadow of the tree dances across Artem's face, making it seem as though Artem is half bathed in light and half cloaked in shadow. Meanwhile, Artem also gazes at the manager. The tree shadow have a way of temporarily concealing many things. In the end, Artem chuckles in a reassuring manner that casts away any lingering doubts.
무슨 일이라도 생긴다. 사람을 찾는 것뿐인데 무슨 일이 더 생기겠습니까?
Artem's office. Several days after you split up with Artem, as it's still during working hours, you step to one side to make way for people who are rushing around from time to time and open the office door quietly. I guess I just couldn't resist coming back to take a look. Mr. Wing said that I could go to his office to retrieve information whenever I need it while we're both working on this case. But everything in the office is the same as when he left it. The coffee cup sitting on his desk looks like it was placed there casually after he washed it. However, you know very well that you two haven't met up since the return from the landfill. Even when you messaged him to confirm the situation, all you got were short replies like still investigating. It's been too long. I should try to contact him again. At this exact moment, your mobile phone starts ringing in your bag. As expected, Artem's name is not the name that appears on the screen.
그만. 나 전화하잖아.
The sound coming from the other end of the phone makes you remember what life was like in college. Mary seems to have nudged one of his classmates before talking to you.
미안해요, 누나. 갑자기 전화하고 싶어서. 좀 시끄럽죠? 잠깐만요.
As he says something to the classmate next to him, you quickly notice an important piece of information in his words.
야, 망 좀 봐줘. 나 도강이란 말이야. 들키면 안 돼.
Marius, what do you mean you are sitting in on this class? Countless possibilities flash through your mind. You quickly walk to a corner of the office, but just as you're about to do your best to convince him about the importance of paying attention in class,
지금 쉬는 시간이라서요. 교수님은 조금 이따 오실 거예요. 왜 도강하냐면 이번 학기 법학과 교양에 관심이 생겼거든요. 누나랑 같이 들어보면 어떨지 생각해 본 거예요.
with me, you... Listening to Mara's nonsensical explanation, you can't help but sigh helplessly in the quiet office. First of all, the law school doesn't let students from other faculties audit classes. Secondly, I'm currently investigating and waiting for Mr. Wing.
진짜요?
He speaks in a casual tone, but it feels like he can see right through you. But even if he has vaguely sensed something, he is in no hurry to point it out. It's as if he wants to keep chatting casually until he hangs up.
가끔은 일에서 좀 벗어나서 다른 것도 보고 해야 새로운 걸 알아낼 수 있을 거라고 생각하거든요. 게다가 이 수업 교수님 말이에요. 누나가 아는 사람일지도 몰라요.
I might know the lecturer. You think quickly about all the lecturers and professors you know with an impending sense of doom. But before you can continue to persuade Marius to give up on auditing the class, you hear a voice that makes you dumbfounded.
거기 학생, 이제 곧 수업 시작할 겁니다.
Autumn? Things quickly become quiet in the classroom on the other end of the phone. The person you've been trying to contact all this time has been revealed in the strangest way possible, and he is even completely unaware of it. The brief pause after Arthur speaks proves that he has noticed the uninvited student in the classroom. It's just a matter of time until he discovers you.
수업에 참석한 학생은 옷깃에 대고 말하지 말아주세요.
Phew, he didn't notice me. Hold on, now's not the time to feel relief. Although Autumn obviously wasn't talking to you, you still feel nervous like you're being watched. Caller, phone call. The combination of these unrelated words remind you of the Bluetooth earbuds Mary showed you earlier. The rustling sound in your ear confirms your guess. It looks like Maris has no intention to end the call and has instead decided to hide the earbuds more covertly. I can understand if Maris has come to listen to this lecture out of curiosity after finding out that Artem is teaching it. But why has Artem gone to the college at this time? Finally, your nagging suspicion turns into a deep curiosity, and you wonder what you should do next while standing all alone in Artem's office. Possibly because you instinctively want to give yourself more time to think more before making a decision, you quickly type a few lines in the chat box. Because you don't want to make any more sounds that might disturb Artem's lecture, the messages you send to Maris essentially all revolve around one thing: he needs to pay attention in class. Just before you tap send, Artem speaks again.
여러분 모두 석 교수님께서 최근 건강 문제로 장기 휴가를 내셨다는 걸 알고 있을 겁니다.
Neil Hume. Upon hearing this, your finger hovers over the send button. In all the time since you joined the investigation team, you've hardly ever heard Artem bring up his mentor. Because you don't know much about him, you can't imagine how he feels about lying to the public about Professor Hume being on
석
vacation.
교수님이 잠시 자리를 비우시긴 했지만 그렇다고 해서 교수님의 교양 과목이 중단되는 것은 아닙니다. 대학 측에서 커리큘럼을 조정하여 앞으로 매주 전문가를 초청해 강연하는 방식으로 진행될 겁니다. 학교 측의 협의를 통해 이번 주 강의는 제가 맡게 됐고요.
After some intense internal struggle, you shake your head and drag your thoughts back to the law firm from the lecture. Both who are attending and teaching the class shouldn't be disturbed.
테미스 변호사 사무소의 파트너 변호사님이 진짜로 학교에 오신 건가요?
As if he is intentionally trying to shake your determination, Marius actually says something to Artem, who is standing behind the podium. There's no way he didn't notice your struggle and silence. Maybe he wants to give you a push or has something he wants to investigate. He asks his question enthusiastically, like a student who has come to this class out of interest, drawing your attention back to him.
석 교수님의 건강 문제로 대학 측에서 커리큘럼을 조정했습니다. 본 강의는 앞으로 매주 전문가를 초청해 강연하는 방식으로 진행될 거고 이번 주는 제가 맡게 됐습니다.
They say he is feeling unwell, but everyone knows.
저도 여러분들과 같습니다. 석 교수님은 제 은사님이기도 하거든요. 이 교양 수업은 제가 학교 다닐 때 수강한 과목이기도 하고요. 다른 학생들도 커리큘럼이나 제 이력에 궁금한 점이 있을 수 있으니 지금부터 10분간 질문 시간을 갖도록 하죠.
Even though you don't know much about his history with Neil Hume, you instinctively notice something strange in his words. For a moment, you feel like you're sitting in the classroom with the other students, listening to Artem share things that he has never told you in person. In the end, a student breaks the silence, snapping everyone out of their thoughts. Lecture hall.
잠깐만요. 백 변호사님이라면 테미스 변호사 사무소 파트너 변호사인 그 백운호 변호사님 맞습니까?
Maris glances at the classmate next to him in surprise. As if he has learned something completely new, he whispers something to the student.
왜? 무슨 말이야?
석 교수님이 직접 강의하셨을 때 백 변호사님을 여러 번 언급하셨거든. 자기가 가장 아끼는 제자라고 했었어. 두 분이서 같이 진행한 법률 지원도 많다고 하셨고.
As more people speak out in agreement around the classroom, more and more excited faces appear in the classroom. Encouraged by this, the student also raises his voice.
백 변호사님, 마음껏 질문해도 된다고 하셨으니 그럼 그 사건에 대해서 자세히 말씀해 주실 수 있습니까? 습격당할 뻔했다가 마지막 순간에 가까스로 위기에서 벗어난 그 사건이요.
마지막 순간에 가까스로 위기에서 벗어난 사건?
Autumn looks very confused and frowns as he thinks for a moment.
아, 그 사건 말이군요.
전에 석 교수님께 여쭤봤을 때는 대략적인 과정을 말씀해 주실 분이었습니다. 그때 무슨 일이 있었던 겁니까?
다들 듣고 싶다면 간단하게 얘기해 보도록 하죠.
Autumn knows he needs to be the one who ends the commotion he started, so he doesn't try to stop them. Maris whistles softly as the noise grows. Then he turns his head and raises his jacket slightly before calling out to you.
안 끊었죠, 누나? 어떻게 계속 들을래요? 이런 기회는 흔치 않아요.
Autumn's office. As Maris keeps encouraging you, you let your tense body relax against the wall and let out a sigh, but a floor-to-ceiling window where no one stops by. I bet you won't hang up even if I told you to stop.
그렇죠. 최근 계속 벼락치기 장인 상태였다지만 그래도 들은 얘기가 있거든요. 내가 누나였어도 파트너랑 자꾸 따로 움직이는 걸 좋아하진 않았을 거예요.
Maybe the reason he hasn't ended this phone call is because he wants to break the status quo and rescue you from your state of information isolation. At this point, you don't have the time to ask him about where he learned about this because Artem is finally telling the students about the details.
제가 학교에 다닐 때 석 교수님과 함께 북구에서 어느 의뢰인과 만날 일이 있었습니다. 무료 법률 지원을 제공할 예정이었거든요. 하지만 의뢰가 좀 특수해서 과정이 순조롭지 않았습니다. 정확히 말하자면 제가 교수님과 잠시 떨어져 행동한 시기가 있었는데 그때 교수님이 정체불명의 사람에게 미행을 당하시게 된 거죠.
I didn't know.
교수님은 본인이 감시당하고 있다는 걸 눈치채셨고 위급한 상황을 암시하는 메시지를 저한테 보내셨습니다.
휴대폰으로 메시지 보내면 상대방이 알아채지 않을까요?
Maris seems to have predicted your question and asked Artem directly.
그 메시지는 교수님과 저만 이해할 수 있는 내용입니다. 전에 함께 학술 문제를 논의할 때 접했던 언어로 작성됐거든요. 엄밀히 말하자면 그렇게 복잡하지 않았습니다. 산스크리트어나 그리스어 같은 외국어의 간단한 조합이었기 때문이죠.
Come to think of it, Artem did mention that he had learned those texts in the past when we were at the landfill. But you were focused on investigating the crime scene at the time and didn't consider how it might be connected to Neil Hume. Only now do you realize that Artem's ability to respond so quickly during the investigation might have to do with his mentor.
그렇게 전 바로 위급 상황임을 알아차리고 경찰과 협력하여 교수님을 위험에서 구출해낼 수 있었습니다. 교수님은 그 일이 끝나고 농담까지 하시더군요. 우리가 만든 암호가 꽤 효과적이군. 앞으로도 계속 사용하는 건 어떤가? 만약 우리 중에 누군가가 위험에 처하거나 연락이 끊기게 된다면 이런 방식으로 구조를 요청할 수 있지 않겠나라고 말씀하셨죠. 저라면 분명 본인을 찾아낼 수 있을 거라 믿는다고 하시면서요.
Silence fills the air. For students in this class, this is just another ordinary afternoon. They are satisfied after hearing the story they want to hear. On the other hand, you can feel your heart pounding louder and louder as you lean against the wall, your eyes fixed on the Artem's desk. An SOS signal, huh? The dazzling sunlight before you makes it clear that Artem had only shared a story that wouldn't change anything in the present. In the spreading silence, the clean and bright office in front of you reminds you that you're no longer a student and need to get back to work. That's why you only nod in response to Mary's whispered question.
난 원하는 답을 들었어요. 그럼 누나는 이 정도로 충분해요?
Yeah. After the call ends, you calm down a little and start writing a text message to ask Artem about having a meeting. However, you see a red notification the moment the phone screen lights up. A new mail? The only people you have been in touch with via email recently are employees of Tara Upton's company. When you visited them, they said their company was in chaos due to their boss having gone missing and that they didn't have enough manpower to deal with visitors. That's why your spirits are instantly lifted when you see that the sender is Samara e-commerce. Miss Shurara, please accept our sincere apologies for not being able to cooperate with your investigation promptly. We have worked as quickly as we can to compile a list of people who are familiar with our CEO. We hope this will be helpful. In the email, they also said that I could visit their company at any time if necessary. As you browse the email attachment quickly, a line of text catches your attention. Jacob Yates, Tara Upton's personal driver. I guess it's normal for the CEO of a company to have a personal driver. But the fact that Tara Upton has her own driver raises a question. Why would Tara Upton use a rideshare service if she has her own driver? While pondering this, you check the time and think to yourself that Upton's class won't end anytime soon. You decide to send him a text message to update him on your latest findings. After that, you turn your attention back to the personal driver's name again. Maybe I should investigate this person first. Your phone vibrates just as you make up your mind. This time, Artem has actually replied to your text almost immediately. If you have time, you can try to contact that personal driver you mentioned. I'm currently at the college and have made some progress too. I look forward to meeting up with you later. You take one last look at the last sentence Autumn said, which gives you a massive boost of motivation, and quickly call the driver.
여보세요? 누구시죠?
Jacob yet seems to be in an open area like a park, and you hear the sound of children laughing and playing from time to time. The situation gives you a strange feeling that compels you to raise your voice in hopes that he can hear you clearly. Hello, are you Mr. Jacob Yates?
네? 제 이름을 어떻게 아셨죠?
He seems quite surprised at first but warms up to you quickly after you explain the situation.
무슨 뜻인지 알겠습니다, 변호사님. 최예월 씨의 상황이 알고 싶은 거라면 언제라도 괜찮습니다. 오늘도 괜찮고요. 요즘은 일이 없어서 솔직히 한가하거든요.
It's still early, so it will be really efficient if I can meet up with him today. I think Artem will agree with me. After all, he cares more about the speed of the investigation than me. You quickly decide your course of action after giving it a moment of thought. That would be great, Mr. Yates. Where would be a good place for me to meet you?
장소요? 교마회라고 아십니까?
The White Horse Association? You subconsciously cover your mouth so that he won't hear your exclamation. I think I've heard of it before. But in reality, you didn't just hear about it. Both you and Artem dealt with this charity in the past since it was the place that took in Gerardbone. That reminds me, I haven't asked Mr. Wing why he went to the White Horse Association alone to view Gerardbone's information. I'll ask Mr. Wing after I meet up with him with him. Fortunately, Jacob Yates seems to think that the pause in your speech is caused by your unfamiliarity with his proposed location and continues the conversation in a friendly manner.
오늘은 계속 여기에 있을 겁니다. 빨리 만나야 하는 거면 이따 바로 주소를 보내드리죠.
Inside the car. After confirming your meeting time with Jacob Yates, you finally meet Artem as scheduled. He doesn't ask too much about your conversation with Jacob Yates. Instead, he just starts the car as usual. According to the navigation information on the screen between you two, you should arrive at the destination in less than 40 minutes. Perhaps realizing the two of you might not have much time alone, Artem turns to you while waiting at a red light.
제 서류 가방 좀 열어줄래요? 안에 자료가 2부 들어있거든요.
Oh, okay. You take one of the documents out and flip through a few pages quickly.
대학교에 가기 전에 엄 반장님이랑 잠깐 만났거든요. 사법감정센터에서 작성한 김태석 사건의 보고서를 받아왔어요. 캐리어 안에 시신 조직이 심각하게 훼손돼 있는 바람에 사법감정센터에서는 완전한 보고서를 작성하려면 시간이 더 걸릴 거라고 했고요. 캐리어에 최예월의 옷가지와 소지품이 있던 걸 고려하면 담당자들은 시신이 최예월일 가능성이 높다고 추정하고 있어요.
Did he flee after murdering Tara Upton? At this moment, silence is the best answer. With a written analysis report supporting it, you have no reason to question this inference. At least this means the thing I need to confirm with Jacob Yates later will be quite clear. We'll need to investigate Tara Upton's background and find out where she was last before she died to deduce Finn Jackson's motive and locate him. With this thought in mind, you set the forensic report aside and turn your attention to the other document Artem brought.
처음 조사를 시작할 때부터 경찰 측은 최예월과 관련된 사람들의 자료를 정리했어요. 서진명 씨랑 연락이 닿았다고 해서 제가 사본을 달라고 했고요. 아마 쓸모가 있을 거예요. 그리고 서진명 씨가 왜 교마회에 있는 건지도 주목할 만한 것 같아서 교마회랑 관련된 정보도 추가해뒀어요.
Thank you, Mr. Wing. After taking one quick glance, you can see that Artem has specially circled Jacob Yates' alibi. He was at the hospital because something was wrong with his ear. I'll take a closer look from here. His thoughtful preparations remind you of when you went to the White Horse Association to help Gerardbone with the procedures for transferring to another hospital. At that time, Artem confirmed Gerardbone's written documents carefully and even investigated the donation transactions. Alright, speaking of the White Horse Association, you were also there when I helped Gerardbone with the transfer procedures, right?
네.
The light turns green just as he makes his honest admission. He grips the steering wheel tightly for a moment, then steps on the pedal like he has made up his mind.
최근 교마회의 구조와 운영 방식이 궁금해서 좀 더 주의 깊게 살펴봤거든요.
Then is the White Horse Association.
표면적으로는 의심할 만한 곳이 전혀 없어요. 하지만 우리가 접촉한 사건 관련자들 대부분이 연관된 이상 앞서 내린 결론에도 물음표를 붙이는 게 맞겠죠. 서진명 씨와의 만남에서 한 번 더 조사를 진행할 수 있으면 좋겠네요.
Upon hearing this, you instantly understand why Atom is so well prepared for this meeting. You nod without saying a word and focus on the documents he has brought with him. White Horse Association. Something seems strange about the scene in front of you when you get out of the car, making you wonder if you are feeling this way because you were reading the case files throughout the ride. Lots of audiovisual equipment and colorful balloons are sitting on the neatly trimmed grass, decorating the scene with a festive vibe.
야외 상영회.
While walking, Artem is given several flyers, most of which are distributed to promote the charity movie screening that the White Horse Association will be holding soon. The only issue is that it's members only and you need a ticket to get in. Listening to Arthur mumble to himself in frustration, you tug his sleeve to pull his thoughts back. Jacob yet said he would be nearby. Let's start looking for him. He told me he would be wearing a colorful bracelet that would make it easy to identify him. You start looking for anyone who matches the description and grab your phone to contact him again. A soccer ball? Something bumps gently against your ankle. Looking up, you see a few children looking at you guiltily. They are all wearing the same uniform and standing in the corridor connecting the main building of the White Horse Association and the field. To them, you're both clearly outsiders. So you take a few steps forward and greet them. Hello, is this your...
아, 죄송합니다. 공 좀 이쪽으로 차주시겠어요?
You turn to look at where the voice is coming from and see a man exit the main building and walk towards you. It seems he was chatting with someone just a moment ago. The doors of the main building are still shaking behind him, and you catch a glimpse of a figure behind the glass. The children look visibly relieved after he steps out of the shadows into the sunlight. Some of them even clung to him.
아까 안에서 두 분 오시는 거 봤습니다. 여기 아이들은 낯을 많이 가려서요. 많이 놀라셨죠? 요 며칠 같이 놀아준 어른이 저 말고 별로 없어서 공은 저한테 주시면 됩니다.
Wait a second. He's wearing a colorful bracelet. The feeling of familiarity you get from him isn't just your imagination. As you look at him, you suddenly realize something. However, Artem reacts before you. He picks up the ball and walks toward the man.
서진명 씨 맞으십니까? 얼마 전에 연락드린 거 기억하시나요? 최예월 씨에 대해 여쭤볼 게 있습니다.
네, 맞습니다. 잠깐 기다려 주시겠어요?
Huh? Why did he... Jacob Yates doesn't say anything else until he walks all the way to us. Moreover, when he is talking to Artem, his head is tilted unnaturally like he can hear more clearly with his right ear. After that, he tilts his head again and bends down to whisper something to the children in the same manner. Then he watches as they run off.
보셨다시피 요 며칠간 교마회가 시끌벅적해서요. 조용한 자리로 옮기시죠. 이쪽입니다.
Thanks. Jacob Yates clearly knows his way around here. The moment you catch up to him, a gust of wind blows at you from the corridor. The wind isn't chilly. In fact, it feels faintly warm, but for some reason, it still makes you shiver. You look at where the gas came from. The main building of the White Horse Association, where Jacob Yates just come from. Somehow, I feel like someone else is there.
변호사님?
Jacob Yates and Artem, who have already started walking, are looking back at you in surprise. I better forget about that for now. There are more urgent things to do. This isn't the time to be doubting your thoughts, so you quickly catch up to them. Only now do you take a good look at the man in front of you. That reminds me, Jacob Yates always seems to turn his head slightly when listening to others. Oh, and the file Autumn brought mentioned that Jacob Yates had an alibi when he was questioned after Tara Upton's incident. Jacob Yates said he went to the hospital that night because his ear was hurting badly. If I remember correctly, he had an acute otitis media. An acute otitis media usually causes hearing loss for a period of time, which would explain his little quirk. The logo on that bracelet looks so familiar for some reason, but why? Where have I seen it? Wait, I remember now. I saw it on the door when I entered the White Horse Association. Is it a bracelet for members of the White Horse Association? Since it's a charity, they probably sell promotional bracelets like that every so often. It looks like it's seen batteries. It must have been worn for a while already. It's a work day today. Doesn't Jacob Yates need to go to work? Oh right, I think he said earlier that he's been there for the past few days. Jacob Yates' personal file also says that Tara Upton approved his paid leave before she disappeared. It looks like Tara Upton used a ride-sharing service on the night of the incident because her driver, Jacob Yates, was on leave. After that, a series of accidents took place. If Jacob Yates hadn't gotten sick and taken leave that night, would the event still have unfolded the same way? Wondering about what ifs now won't change anything now. I better focus on the present. In the end, Jacob Yates stopped in the shade of a tree. The sunlight shining through the gaps between the leaves becomes brighter and brighter. Here, in this space between light and darkness, he speaks to you softly.
변호사님, 아까부터 여쭤보고 싶은 게 하나 있었습니다. 이렇게 급하게 저한테 연락을 주신 건 제 고용주인 최예월 씨한테 사고가 났기 때문입니까?
He seems to have noticed something. Is that why he wants to know more about what's happened? The police haven't announced anything about the suitcase yet, so Jacob Yates shouldn't have any way of knowing what happened. When you look at his serious expression, the image of the blood-soaked inner lining of the suitcase at the crime scene appears in your mind. You and Arthur are not allowed to reveal anything without the police's consent, so you shake your heads. Sorry, we can't comment on the case while the police are still confirming the details.
죄송해하실 건 없습니다. 오히려 죄송한 건 제 쪽이죠. 제가 그날 휴가를 내지 않았더라면... 아무것도 아닙니다. 백 변호사님, 그날 저녁 최예월 씨가 탄 택시의 기사 말입니다만 경찰이 저한테 알려준 건 없지만 개인적으로 들은 소식이 있습니다. 김태석이라는 사람 맞습니까? 게다가
Although you've already reminded him, he insists on asking about the details of the case, wishing to find out more even if it's just about the scene or a possible suspect. The man's reaction makes you recall an easily forgotten personal information detail in his file. He has been Tara Upton's personal driver since he came to Themis from his hometown. This means they have known each other for a long time. This must be why Jacob Yates cares so much about the case. Autumn naturally also keenly notices Jacob Yates' desire to find out what happened and interrupts him before he can ask more questions.
서진명 씨, 사건 현황을 빨리 알고 싶어 하시는 마음은 충분히 이해합니다만 확인되지 않은 소문들을 신경 쓰시면 최악의 경우를 상상하게 될 뿐입니다. 그럼 점점 더 깊은 늪에 빠지게 되겠죠. 그러니 근거 없는 소문에 흔들리지 않으셨으면 합니다. 아시겠죠?
Jacob Yates stares blankly at Autumn for a moment, then his tense shoulders relax a little.
제가 신뢰를 범했네요. 요즘 계속 긴장한 상태로 있어서 자꾸 그때 상황을 떠올리게 되더라고요.
사람이라면 누구나 그럴 수 있다고 봅니다. 저도 가까운 사람이 위험에 빠지거나 행방불명된 적이 있거든요. 사고가 난 걸 알게 된 다음에는 어떤 방법을 쓰든 누구보다 빠르게 그 사람을 찾아내고 싶어하는 건 다들 같은 마음이겠죠.
변호사님도...
Instead of getting straight to business, which might make Jacob Yates uncomfortable, Autumn decides to establish an emotional connection first. You notice what Autumn is doing and cooperate with him to help Jacob Yates let go of his obsession. However, you know very well that Autumn didn't just make that up on the spot to console him. Part of what Autumn said to him must be based on his first-hand experience.
사람을 찾아내 죄를 판결하는 건 경찰과 검찰의 일입니다. 개인적인 이유로 함부로 움직였다간 정당하지도 정의롭지도 않은 행동이 되겠죠. 게다가 감정에 휘둘려 홀로 사람을 찾는 것보다 다른 방식으로 조사를 돕는 게 더 좋지 않겠습니까? 그게 더 이성적이고 또 효율적이죠.
As Jacob Yates' clenched fist relaxed, your heart, which had been pounding anxiously over how he would take the news about the case, begins to calm down as well. It's so typical of Mr. Wing to confront someone like this, making sure reasons takes charge before emotions do.
그건 그렇겠네요. 지금 제가 할 수 있는 건 변호사님들께 최대한 많은 정보를 드리는 거겠죠. 이제 물어보셔도 좋습니다.
그럼 기본적인 것부터 시작해보죠. 서진명 씨는 최예월 씨의 개인 기사로 오래전부터 일해오셨습니다.
Autumn begins questioning Jacob Yates before you can even pull out the file with his information. His expression and quick responses make it clear he knows the key details like the back of his hand. Having noticed that as well, Jacob Yates nods forthrightly.
최예월 씨가 회사를 막 차렸을 때부터 있었으니까 나름 원년 멤버인 셈입니다. 처음에는 운전일 말고도 전단지 배포, 고객 서비스, 온갖 일이란 일은 다 했습니다. 나중에 회사가 천천히 궤도에 오르면서 최예월 씨의 개인 기사가 됐고요.
Personal driver, so you are responsible for driving Tara Upton around on workdays.
네, 근무일이 아니더라도 가끔 주말에 고객을 만나러 가게 되면 제가 운전대를 잡았습니다.
그렇다는 건 고용주가 언제 어디서든 부르면 바로 달려가야 하는 업무라는 거군요.
네, 비즈니스라는 게 참 힘들지 않습니까? 개인 기사가 항상 붙어 다녀야 하는 일이죠.
Before Jacob Yates finishes speaking, he waves his hands at you and Autumn as if suddenly realizing he might have misspoken.
아, 오해하실 필요는 없습니다. 야근을 강요받은 적은 단 한 번도 없었으니까요. 제가 자원해서 출근한 겁니다.
자원했다고요? 좀 더 자세히 이야기해 주시겠습니까?
제 자료 보시면 아시겠지만 전 고등학교를 중퇴하고 일자리를 찾아 미림시에 왔습니다. 저 같은 처지에 첫 직장을 구한다는 게 여간 쉬운 일이 아닙니다. 악덕 고용주를 만나지 않으면 다행인 수준이었죠. 최예월 씨는 저한테 일자리를 마련해 준 것도 모자라 4대 보험에 주택 적금에 야근비까지 넉넉히 챙겨줬습니다. 사업 초기라서 끌었을 자금도 별로 없으면서 말입니다. 은혜를 갚고 싶다고 하는 건 좀 이상할 수도 있습니다만 이렇게 오랜 시간을 같이 일해왔던지라 최예월 씨와 함께 업무를 하는 게 이제는 습관이 된 것 같습니다.
You weren't Tara Upton's driver on the night of the incident because you were on leave. What was the reason for your time off? Asking Jacob Yates to confirm the reason behind his leave is to confirm his whereabouts around the time of the incident. If he really has been Tara Upton's driver for as long as his file shows, it would be strange for him to suddenly take leave before the incident. Jacob Yates smiles helplessly and points to his right ear.
귀가 오래전부터 안 좋았거든요. 심할 때는 상대방의 말을 제대로 못 알아들을 만큼 통증이 오곤 합니다. 원래는 점이액 같은 걸로 적당히 버텨보려고 했는데 최예월 씨가 바로 유급휴가를 줬죠.
And how long is that paid leave, may I ask?
보통 20일 정도 받았습니다. 여기에 15일 정도 병가도 있어서 다 더하면 한 달 정도 쉴 수 있습니다.
Seriously, that's more annual leave than some attorneys in our firm. And in this situation, some attorneys means the same thing as a friend of mine. Evidently surprised, Artem follows up your question with one of his own.
그러니까 최예월 씨가 한 번에 휴가를 그렇게 많이 줬다는 겁니까?
한 달 내내 쉰 건 아닙니다. 딱 절반인 보름만 쉬었죠.
Just... Your hand holding the file trembles slightly as a sudden surge of envy hits you. Autumn looks at you with concern and coughs slightly.
돌아가면 대표님과 이 부분에 대해서 한번 얘기해 봐야겠어요. 이야기가 잠깐 다른 데로 샜군요. 그러니까 이야기를 정리하자면 최예월 씨가 유일한 개인 기사인 서진명 씨에게 병원 진료를 받을 수 있도록 장기 휴가를 지급하면서 사건 당일 밤 퇴근한 최예월 씨는 김태석이 모는 콜택시를 타게 된 겁니다. 맞습니다.
아마 그런 것 같습니다.
하지만 서진명 씨가 말씀해주신 상황으로는 최예월 씨의 행동을 납득하기가 어렵습니다. 오히려 의문점이 더 늘었고요.
의문점이요? 그게 무슨...
최예월 씨가 단순히 병원 진료 정도의 시간을 줄 생각이었다면 직원한테 그렇게 긴 휴가를 줄 이유가 없습니다. 이 사실을 바탕으로 한 가지 가능성을 짐작해 볼 수 있습니다. 최예월 씨한테는 자신을 항상 따라다니는 개인 기사를 따돌려야 할 이유가 있었다는 거죠.
따돌려야 할 이유...
Jacob Yates musters himself in disbelief.
잠깐만요, 백 변호사님. 드릴 말씀이 있습니다. 최예월 씨는 사고를 당하기 전에 누군가와 자주 연락을 주고받곤 했습니다. 상대가 누구인지 또 무슨 이야기를 나눴는지는 다들 모르는 것 같지만요.
Jacob Yates starts to speak more slowly as if gathering his thoughts.
전 일개 운전기사일 뿐이라서 따로 물어볼 수가 없었습니다. 어쩌면 그냥 사소한 관계일 수도 있으니까요. 아니요. 만약 그때 제가 조금 더 관심을 가지고 한 번 더 물어봤다면...
He falls silent after lamenting about what he could have done, something which won't change the current situation. Artem and Yushara look, reaching a consensus tacitly. Given the current situation, pressing further would only send Jacob Yates down a rabbit hole of what ifs, causing him to become irrational. Mr. Yates, is it true that you provided an alibi during the routine police investigation? Although the police have already confirmed that Jacob Yates' alibi is credible, there's no harm in confirming it again.
네, 이겁니다.
You take the phone from Jacob Yates and see an online appointment record for a high-end private hospital on the screen. It's a record of his medical consultation at this private hospital on the night of the incident. Huh. You quickly spot a familiar logo on the screen. You notice this logo when you enter the White Horse Association, and the charity bracelet Jacob Yates is wearing also bears this logo. Mr. Yates, why is the White Horse Association's logo in this hospital's homepage? The White Horse Association seems to be involved in every aspect of Jacob Yates' life, which is quite intriguing. Jacob Yates looks at you in confusion as if he is surprised you don't already know the answer to this question.
교마에는 의료 자선 단체입니다. 시내 여러 병원들과 협력 관계를 맺고 있고요. 두 분 모두 이미 알고 계실 거라고 생각했습니다만 교마회와의 관계를 말씀드리자면 최예월 씨가 전 직원한테 의료보험을 추가로 들어줬고 이 병원은 지정 협력 병원 중 한 곳이었습니다. 치료비 환급도 가능했고요.
So that's why Jacob Yates went there to get his ears checked. It makes sense now.
그날 밤 귀가 너무 아파서 힘들었는데 마침 이곳 병원에서 응급진료를 한다고 했었습니다. 의사 진료 말고도 이경 검사도 같이 받게 되면서 그날 밤은 계속 이 병원에서 시간을 보냈고요.
Jacob Yates' account is consistent with what he told the police. To ensure you haven't missed any crucial information, you reach out and swipe the hospital's page on the screen. This address.
무슨 문제라도 있나요?
You raise your head and look around as you mumble your shocking discovery under your breath. The hospital is in the White Horse Association headquarters.
맞습니다. 교마회의 협력 병원이니까요. 방금 축구하던 아이들 기억나십니까? 그 아이들 모두 병원에서 치료 중인 환자입니다. 교마회의 후원 덕분에 병원에서 상대적으로 저렴한 비용으로 아이들을 치료해주고 있죠. 후원을 받게 된 환자가 다른 의료기관에 이전하는 그런 경우도 적지 않다고 하더군요.
Gerard Boone. The name suddenly pops up in your mind. His mother's former wardmates helped him after he fell seriously ill, and he eventually received funding from the White Horse Association. You look at the densely packed windows of the building behind you. Maybe he is sleeping behind one of them right now. No, now's not the time to think about that. I need to focus on the case first. It sounds like your company has close ties with the White Horse Association. Is that right? Jacob Yates smiles and shakes his head.
여기서 열리는 자선 행사에 자주 참석하는 건 최예월 씨고 저희 직원들은 그냥 그 덕을 보는 정도입니다. 최예월 씨는 업체와 교마회를 직접 연결해주기도 하고 정기적으로 기부를 하기도 했습니다. 다양한 공익 활동에 본인이 직접 참여하는 경우도 종종 있었고요. 그렇게 오랫동안 활동하다 보니 미림세에서도 관심을 보이며 여러 상을 주더군요. 원래는 축하 기념으로 열리는 야외 상영회에 참석하려고 했는데
Celebrate?
최예월 씨가 회사가 이번에 또 어떤 자선 기부상을 받게 됐다는 소식을 미리 들었다고 말하면서 당연히 축하해야 하지 않겠냐고 했습니다.
Jacob Yates starts looking lonely and depressed again. Autumn notices the change in his expression and interrupts his thoughts after pondering for a moment.
하지만 최예월 씨가 이런 일을 한 게 단순히 상 때문만은 아니라고 알고 있습니다만.
그건 당연합니다. 최예월 씨가 그리 넉넉하지 않은 가정 출신이라는 걸 오래된 직원들은 다 알고 있습니다. 그야말로 밑바닥에서 혼자 맨손으로 일어섰죠. 가난이 한 사람한테 미치는 영향을 본인이 잘 알기 때문일지도 모릅니다. 최예월 씨는 후원 사업이 평생에 걸쳐 이루어야 할 자신의 사명이라고 하더군요.
It does look like Tara Upton has put a lot of effort into charity work. Although you feel a little emotional about the situation, the doubts in your heart do not dissipate. But what does all this have to do with Finn Jackson? A middle-aged man with a record of robbery and theft and a female entrepreneur with a heart of charity. They are from two completely different worlds. You have worked for the company for a long time. Have you heard Tara Upton or anyone at the company mention the name Finn Jackson before? Jacob Yates sighed before you finished speaking.
그 사람에 대해서 들은 적이 있었다면, 게다가 전과가 있다는 걸 알았더라면, 아무리 귀가 아파도 유급휴가를 주겠다는 최예월 씨의 제안을 거절했을 겁니다.
그럼 평소에 사장인 최예월에게 접근하려는 수상한 사람을 본 적은 없으십니까?
네, 가끔 있었습니다. 사업 규모가 커지면 이상한 사람들을 만날 수밖에 없습니다. 회사 앞에서 다짜고짜 길을 막아서는 기자도 있고, 이해관계가 충돌하는 경쟁업체들도 많고, 심하게는 우리한테서 또꼬물을 얻어먹으려는 불법 세력들까지 나타났습니다. 사기에, 갈취에, 여러 일이 있었지만 최예월 씨가 매번 해결책을 생각해낸 덕분에 재정적인 손실을 입은 적은 없었습니다.
Do you know how she handled these situations? Did she call the police or resolve them privately through other means?
그건 저도 잘 모르겠네요. 사장님께서 워낙 수완이 좋으신 터라 저희가 특별히 걱정한 적은 없었습니다.
Suddenly, Jacob Yates pauses like he is trying to recall any potentially suspicious people. You wait anxiously. In the end, he smiles politely and apologetically at you.
제가 기억하는 한 김태석이라는 사람을 만난 적 없습니다. 참, 그럼 경찰도 그쪽을 조사한 거 아닙니까? 김태석과 최예월 씨, 두 사람 고향이 같은 사이라던가 하는 건 아니겠죠?
네, 아닙니다.
그럼 이상하네요.
Jacob Yates' softly spoken sentiment is precisely what you are confused about. So far, this conversation has failed to shed light on how everyone is connected in the case. It has just made things even more confusing. As for the other personal details about Tara Upton, I doubt Jacob Yates is privy to those. You glance at Autumn. After receiving his silent confirmation, you close the notebook you used to record the key information in the conversation. That's all for today. If we need to...
아이고, 이게 또 누구십니까?
Before you can identify the speaker, you're overwhelmed by the strong scent of men's cologne. Resisting the urge to sneeze, you turn to look at the speaker at the same time as Autumn.
윤주혁 씨, 말씀 많이 들었습니다.
Judicial Forensic Human Tissue Report. A test report provided by the Judicial Forensic Center. It has been initially inferred that some of Tara Upton's organs were stuffed into the suitcase discovered at the landfill. Identifying items, DNA test connects her to Finn Jackson's disappearance. Identifying objects, human tissue and organs in the suitcase. Results. After preliminary comparisons, it is speculated that the human tissue and organs in the suitcase belong to Tara Upton. Jacob Yates' personal information. A copy of Jacob Yates' relevant information recorded by the police. It includes Yates' basic information, contact info, and alibi. 1. Jacob Yates has been working for Tara Upton's company since he moved to Stelis from his hometown. His main responsibility is serving as Upton's chauffeur. Second, on the night of Upton disappeared, Yates went to the hospital after contracting acute otitis media. Upton's employees can get their hospital bills reimbursed with proof of employment. The hospital also has a cooperative relationship with the White Horse Association Charity Association. Electronic medical record. A hospital medical record provided by Jacob Yates. It proves that he was admitted to the hospital for an ear infection on the night of the incident. Name Jacob Yates. Age 28. Workplace Samara E-commerce Company Limited. Symptoms: ear pain accompanied by loss of hearing. An examination of the ear revealed redness and swelling of the eardrum. Diagnosis and treatment: acute middle ear infection. Continue taking ibuprofen capsules after leaving the hospital. Take 1 capsule 2 times a day. Keep the external ear canal dry. Jacob Yates' ear infection still has not been cured. Jacob Yates' ear infection still hasn't been cured and his hearing is still impaired. Jacob Yates has been wearing charity bracelet for a long time. Jacob Yates wears a White Horse Association charity bracelet. Jacob Yates on vacation. Jacob Yates has had lots of free time recently and is on paid leave. Jacob Yates' long-term companion to Tara. Jacob Yates has been working for Tara Upton's company since arriving in Stelis. Tara Upton acting alone before the incident. According to Jacob Yates' memory, Tara Upton was in frequent contact with someone before she disappeared. White Horse Association supporting patients. The White Horse Association provides long-term financial assistance to citizens who are unable to afford medical expenses. Some individuals even voluntarily transfer to the association to continue their treatment. Tara Upton charitable behavior. Tara Upton had regular charity events for organizations including the White Horse Association. She has even won awards for this. Tara and Finn, no personal connection. From what Jacob Yates can remember, Tara Upton was not in contact with Finn Jackson. White Horse Association. As Matthew Richter strolls across the lawn, chew with his hands in his pockets, he gives you the impression that the White Horse Association is like his own living room. Jacob Yates' reaction only reinforced the impression. After Matthew Richter nods at him, Jacob Yates bids us goodbye and leaves silently.
솔직히 오늘 여기서 만날 줄은 몰랐는데 여긴 무슨 일로 오셨죠?
No matter how many times I see him, I still have trouble believing that he is related to Dr. Richter. You have no intention to let him know where you've been, so you decide to skip the pleasantries. Mr. Matthew Richter, I don't think it's appropriate for me to tell you about the affairs of our firm.
영화 보러 왔습니다.
Atom reacts before you, even holding the stack of flyers someone forced into his hands in the air.
교마회에서 자선 상영회를 주최한다고 해서 어떤가 보고 싶어서요. 근데 와서 보니까 회원만 참여할 수 있다고 하더군요. 윤주혁 씨는 자선 활동에 열정적이신데다가 교마회의 주요 후원자라고 들었습니다. 어떻게 방법이 없겠습니까?
As they say, you should fight fire with fire, so the best way to deal with a pushy person is to be more annoying than them. If Matthew Richter wants to accept Artem's compliment, he would have to respond to his request. Which means he'll have to act like a truly generous philanthropist and help the companions of a nephew he dislikes get movie tickets.
진작 말씀하시지.
Matthew Richter stares at the two of you, seemingly caught in an intense internal struggle before finally shrugging his shoulders.
마침 남은 티켓이 있거든요. 위치도 괜찮고.
It looks like he has decided to go along with Arthur's act for now. You nod in response and take the thin tickets from Matthew Richter's hand. 3 tickets? Mr. Richter, it seems like you might have slipped us an extra ticket.
맞을 텐데요. 3명. 맞잖아요.
As he speaks, he steps aside so you can see behind him. In the distance, you see someone incredibly familiar half-crouching on the sunlit grass, surrounded by children.
윤 선생님, 제 스포츠카 정말로 고칠 수 있어요?
다시 한번 해볼게.
Vin? The so-called race car is actually just a child's toy car. But something seemingly simple like repairing a toy isn't that easy for adults with little experience in car repairs. I remember now, Vin did say he would be giving psychological consultations to members of the White Cross Association recently.
가서 인사라도 하죠. 어쩌면 도움이 될지도 모르고요.
Perhaps because he can't bear to see Vin continue to struggle with the flat tire of the toy car, Artem suggests helping him out. Vin, however, is fully focused on the tire and doesn't notice the two of you approaching him.
윤 선생님, 이런 거 수리 잘 못하죠?
무슨 소리?
그래, 그게 무슨 소리야? 자원봉사자 오빠가 윤 선생님은 우리 나이 때부터 스포츠카를 엄청 많이 봐와서 수리할 수 있을 거라고 했단 말이야. 자원봉사자 오빠는 거짓말 안 해. 윤 선생님이 누구보다 수리 잘한다고 했어. 자원봉사자 오빠!
A volunteer who knows Vin?
잠시 지나가겠습니다.
When you turn around to look at Jerome Adams, you see Matthew Richter look on with amusement. After that, Vin also stops what he's doing. After all, at this impromptu gathering of uninvited guests, the first thing everyone does is to work together to fix a toy car.
여기 타이어 이쪽을 살짝 들어올리면 고장난 타이어랑 휠을 분리해서 타이어를 교체할 수 있어요.
I didn't know that Jerome Adams knew how to fix cars too. Is there anything he can't do?
그냥 일상에 필요한 노하우랄까요? 어렸을 때 장난감 자동차를 많이 접해본 건 아니지만 자전거나 자동차나 비슷하지 않을까 해서요.
Jerome Adams seems to be used to people looking at him like this, so he answers your unspoken questions directly. A car? Are you saying you can even fix? Jerome Adams smiles in response to the cry of surprise that escapes your mouth. The children listen to your exchange, half understanding what's going on. At the same time, Vince snores as he tries to hide his dissatisfaction.
그동안 같이 지내면서 정말 못하는 게 뭔지 생각이 안 날 정도네요, 견우 씨.
During this time,
교마회에서 자원봉사를 하고 있거든요. 윤 선생님의 심리상담 활동도 가끔 도와드리고 있고요. 아이들이랑 야외에서 놀고 그런 거예요.
Jerome Adams answers you straightforwardly like he hasn't heard the hidden meaning of Vince's words. He hands the fixed toy car to the child and looks up at Vin.
이제 문제 없을 거예요. 그럼. 나중에 또 장난감 자동차나 다른 게 망가지면 언제든지 저한테 맡겨주세요.
꼭 그럴게요.
As he says this, the children waiting anxiously nearby for their toy cars start waving at him too. Even farther in the distance, Matthew Richter continues to observe your little party. It looks like Vin wants to say something to you, but he gives you a quick look because of the many watchful eyes nearby.
마침 잘 됐네요, 견호 씨. 제 심리 상담에 도움이 필요할 것 같아서요. 지금 같이 가줄 수 있나요?
물론이죠.
그럼 다들 일 때문에 바쁜 것 같으니 이 이상 방해하지 않을게요.
Yes, see you later, Dr. Richter. Your agreement to see each other later is just pleasantries to avoid arousing anyone's suspicion. There's no way Vin can't guess why Artem and you are here. At the same time, Jerome Adams' presence here is too coincidental. Or, in other words, he is probably here at the White Horse Association to investigate something or someone. Therefore, the best solution for all of you right now is actually to split up. Time to get back to work, then. Wait. As Vin walks off into the distance, you suddenly remember something important and begin searching for Artem. Mr. Wing, we forgot to ask Dr. Richter if he wants a movie ticket. But then again, these tickets are useless to us because you only asked for them as an excuse to be here. Mr. Wing? After searching for a while, you realize that Artem has quietly made his way back to the shade of the trees when you weren't paying attention. It's nice and quiet here, the perfect spot for him to gather his thoughts. When he sees you wandering around looking for him, he snaps out of his thoughts and waves at you.
아까 자동차를 수리하고 있을 때는 끼어들기가 좀 그래서요. 이 근처에 있으면 자꾸 서진명 씨가 전에 한 말이 떠오르더라고요.
Mr. Wing, do you think there's something strange about his description of Terror Upton?
이상한 건 아니고 일부 추론을 배제할 수 있게 됐어요. 사건 현장 조사 끝나고 제가 얘기했던 김태석의 두 가지 범행 동기 기억나나요?
Yes, the first is that Finn Jackson committed the crime due to a personal vendetta with Tara Upton. The other is that he was attempting to rob her. If we consider Jacob Yates' statements, some things do seem to be illogical in our previous inferences. According to Jacob Yates' recollections as well as Upton and Jackson's personal information, there's no evidence suggesting that they've ever crossed paths. Since they've never crossed paths, this shouldn't be an act of revenge.
그렇다면 예전에 제가 말한 또 다른 가능성, 강도질을 숨기기 위한 살인을 저질렀을지도 모르겠군요.
It doesn't add up either. If Jackson was the only one who had criminal intent, then there's no explanation for Upton's abnormal behavior.
맞아요. 사건이 일어나기 전에 최예월은 누군가에게 연락을 취했을 뿐만 아니라 개인 기사인 서진명한테 휴가를 줘서 일부러 자신과 떨어지도록 만들었어요. 최예월이 의도적으로 접촉한 사람이 정말 김태석이라면 김태석이 단순 강도 살인을 저지를 가능성은 낮아져요.
This means my original assumptions might not hold up. Is it possible that one pretended to be a ride-sharing service driver and the other pretended to be a customer because they wanted to cover up their real reason for meeting each other? But if that's true, why was Sarah Upton killed? Due to the lack of evidence to support your doubts, your voice starts to fade.
그 의혹에 대해서는 혼자 의미 없이 논증을 반복하기보다 계속 앞으로 나아가야 돌파구를 찾을 수 있을 거예요. 끊임없이 정보를 수집해 퍼즐처럼 하나씩 차근차근 맞추는 거죠.
That means we will have to talk to a lot of more people, like police officers, medical examiners, or other people who might know something. By the way, Mr. Wing, are we splitting up again? Even though you try to keep your tone relaxed, Artem's hand pauses for a second while organizing his briefcase. Maybe he is weighing all the possibilities in his mind, or maybe he is reaffirming his existing beliefs. It isn't long before you hear a faint clicking sound. Although his briefcase is now locked, Artem's hand is still rests on the cover.
네, 따로 움직이죠. 시간이나 효율 문제 말고도 최근에 업무상 학교에 가야 할 일이 있어서요.
Is it because you need to teach a class? After you ask the second question, Artem doesn't turn to look at you at first. But as the silence thickens between you two, he sighs and finally meets your gaze.
변호사 사무소 채용 관련 일이에요. 알잖아요. 졸업 시즌에 로펌들이 학교에 가서 설명회에 하는 거. 게다가 이번에 학교 측에서 저를 우수 동문으로 초청하고 싶다고 해서 안 갈 수가 없네요.
You have to go, huh? At the very least, you haven't heard anything about Artem being invited back to the college at the firm during this time. Although it's possible that Human Resources has yet to announce this news, it's hard not to be suspicious once you've started having doubts. Artem notices your hesitation and almost sees something, but all he does in the end is close his briefcase gently.
아무튼 급한 일 생기면 바로 연락해줘요. 알겠죠?
Okay, I believe you. You know he is just comforting you or trying to prove that he has a clear conscience. But you both know that this is the same as investigating a case, unless there is a clear evidence that proves that Artem or you have other ideas. To ensure neither of you overreacts or irrationally, you both decide to back off and maintain the already precarious balance. Gladiolus Valley. In the laboratory, exhale white steam rises slowly until it becomes one with the pale light on the ceiling. Crouching down, Jerome Adams examines Neil Hume's wounds carefully and let out a sigh.
이러시는 이유가 뭐죠, 석 교수님? 이런다고 얼마나 더 버틸 수 있는데요?
자네가 생각하는 것보다는 오래 버티겠지. 나한텐 아직 숨겨둔 카드가 있다고. 자네들이 날 여기에 가두기 전에 이미 많은 정보를 알아냈거든.
As he is already dehydrated, Neil Hume's chest makes an indistinct sound when he laughs.
날 이렇게 잡아와 매일 같이 있게 해준 덕에 오히려 그 일들이 사실인지 확인할 기회가 더 많아졌어.
그래서 뭘 알아내셨나요?
고유진이 자네 스승이 되어 금난 계곡을 맡을 수 있었던 이유가 당시 고유진이 금난 계곡 선임연구원 학술 부정 행위를 조사해 명성을 얻었기 때문이라더군. 아이러니한 건 그렇게 정의를 외치던 사람도 피로 물든 도살자였다는 거지.
아, 배영석의 일을 알고 계셨군요.
Having said this, Jerome Adams gives up on beating around the bush and stares straight at Neil Hume. Neil Hume laughs heartily, as if celebrating his success in forcing the youth in front of him to finally talk about the heart of the issue.
배영석? 견우, 자네는 아버지라고 부르는 게 맞지 않나? 배영석도 이곳에서 일했었지. 고유진이 자기를 실험 데이터 조작 혐의로 고발하면서 결국 결백을 증명하지 못하고 자살하게 됐지만, 근데 정말로 조작했는지는 여전히 미제로 남아있어. 데이터가 조작될 수 있다는 건 혐의도 똑같이 조작될 수 있다는 거 아닌가? 그 사건으로 아버지를 잃은 아이는 지금 사건의 주범한테부터 스승이라 부르고 앉아있다지.
Unpleasant friction sounds echoes in the room as Neil Hume moves slowly toward Jerome Adams. With the last of his strength, he grabs Jerome Adams' white coat and pulls him close. However, the youth has no intention of stopping the other man's sudden and potentially dangerous action.
왜 그러시죠, 석 교수님?
별건 아니고 질문 하나만 하지. 분명 피해자이면서 대체 왜 가해자 편에 서는 건가? 복수를 위해 악당 옆에 숨어있을 타입은 아닌 것 같은데, 그렇다고 해서 고유진의 말을 잘 듣는 것도 아니고, 대체 그 이유가 뭐지?
The white steam he exhales dissipates immediately upon making contact with Jerome Adams' face. It's almost as if the white steam had made contact not with a human being, but a stone or a dry ice.
피해자? 전 처음부터 끝까지 저 자신을 위해서 살았을 뿐이에요.
자신을 위해서라고? 자네는 좀 더 설득력 있는 말을 할 줄 알았는데 말이야.
Neil Hume's hands shake slightly like he is on the verge of exhaustion, but he doesn't let go.
제가 왜 거짓말을 하겠어요? 한쪽은 오랜 세월 동안 제 몸에 약물 실험을 해온 아버지고, 한쪽은 저한테 자유를 주고 흥미로운 연구를 할 수 있게 도와주는 사람인데, 정상적인 사람이라면 어느 쪽을 선택하겠어요? 그래서 스승님이 아버지를 고발했을 때 전 아무 말도 하지 않았어요. 딱히 해야 할 말도 없었고요.
The expression on Jerome Adams' face at this moment is relaxed and peaceful, and he pries Neil Hume's hands off his white coat slowly.
그 일들을 그냥 지켜보고만 있었다고.
뭘 그리 놀라시는 거죠? 아버지라는 존재가 무너지는 건 자주 있는 일이잖아요. 전 예전에 겪었고, 교수님 주변 사람 중에는 백은우 씨도 지금 겪고 있겠죠.
은후.
Unable to understand the sudden change of topic, Neil Hume repeats his words subconsciously.
네, 백은우 씨요. 석 교수님은 사람 손에 키워진 고양이를 보신 적 있나요? 오랫동안 사람이랑 같이 지내다 보면 어떤 고양이들은 인간을 부모로 여기기도 하죠. 어딜 가든 그림자처럼 따라다니고, 그러다 눈앞에서 사라지면 불안해하며 소리를 지르고 온갖 방법을 동원해 찾으려고 애를 쓰겠죠.
지금 사람을 아기 고양이와 동일시하는 건가?
그냥 조금 서투른 비유라고 하죠. 완전히 똑같은 건 아니지만 어느 정도 비슷하긴 하니까요. 백은우 씨가 찾아다닐 거라는 걸 아시는 거죠? 그러니까 이렇게 폭행을 당하고 실험체 취급을 받아도 굴복하지 않는 거고요. 조금이라도 연약한 모습을 보이면 백은우 씨에게 있어서 아버지라는 존재가 무너지는 것과 다름없게 될 테죠. 그가 알게 되면 어떻게 생각할까요?
왜? 날 겁주기라도 하려고?
교수님이 가장 두려워하는 건 그게 아니에요. 교수님이 가장 두려워하는 건 백은우 씨가 교수님을 찾고 보호하려다가 자신의 선량함과 교수님에 대한 믿음에 역으로 당하는 거겠죠.
무슨 말을 하는 건가? 사람을 너무 쉽게 생각하는군.
백은우 씨라면 그럴 거라는 거 잘 알고 계시잖아요. 교수님은 백은우 씨한테 그만큼 중요한 존재니까요.
After Neil Hume is gently interrupted, that silence and the smell of rust instantly fill the empty room. The cold light and Jerome Adams' calm expression are reflected in his eyes, which are still locked in the taunting gaze but have started to tremble uncontrollably.
석 교수님이 협조하는 척이라도 하셨으면 이렇게 괴롭지 않으셨을 텐데 여기서 도망갈 기회를 잡을 수도 있으셨겠죠. 근데 욕심을 너무 부리셔서 오히려 여기서 벗어날 수 없게 됐네요.
그게 무슨 헛소린가?
애제자의 생사는 신경 쓰지도 말고 자기 목적을 위해 협력하는 척해서 정보를 얻으려고 하셨다면 연기라고 해도 바깥과 연락이 안 되는 상황이니 사람들은 교수님이 배신했다고 생각할 거예요. 사람들은 보통 겉모습만 보니까요. 백은호 씨처럼 교수님을 아버지처럼 여기는 사람만 무조건적으로 교수님을 믿어주겠죠. 백은호 씨는 최선을 다해 교수님을 찾아내려 할 거예요. 다른 사람들한테 교수님은 변하지 않았다고 증명하려 할 거고요. 근데 교수님을 못 찾는다면 백은호 씨의 주장은 성립될 수 없어요. 그때가 되면 필사적으로 설득하던 백은호 씨를 사람들이 어떻게 바라볼까요? 이렇게 된 이상 빨리 방법을 찾아 탈출해야지 라고 생각하면서도 어렵게 얻은 이 기회를 이렇게 포기할 교수님이 아니죠.
At this moment, Jerome Adams' whispered words are sharper than a syringe and pierce Neil Hume deeply in places he can't even reach himself. Just like when he was forcefully injected with drugs in the past, he can only endure this feeling until he finds himself drowning in a sea of anxiety.
금난계곡 깊숙이 들어가거나 스승님한테 접근할 기회는 많지 않으니까요. 위기가 기회라고 하잖아요? 안 그래요? 걱정하지 마세요. 교수님을 고발하진 않을 거니까요. 적어도 지금 당장은요. 그냥 충고 한마디 해드리는 거예요. 둘 다 얻고 싶어서 욕심부리고 계시잖아요. 백은호 씨를 위해 무언가를 하고 싶으면서도 빈손으로 이곳을 떠나는 건 싫으신 거죠.
내가 은우 때문에 겁먹어서 아무것도 못할 것 같나? 은우는 알아서 잘할 거야. 난 항상 믿어왔으니까. 그 아이는 누구보다 먼저 날 찾아낼 거네. 자네가 아무리 추측해봤자 내가 여기 남아있는 이유는 절대 알아낼 수 없어.
그럴지도 모르죠. 근데 이 소리 좀 들어보세요.
After the human voices fade away, the only sound left in the room is the ticking of the clock.
석 교수님, 이제 교수님한테 남은 시간은 별로 없어요. 백은우 씨는 혼자서라도 목적을 달성하기 위해 자기가 가진 모든 패를 사용할 거예요. 돈, 명예, 마지막에는 자기 자신까지 걸겠죠. 결국에는 자신의 선량함 때문에, 그리고 교수님을 지키고자 하는 마음 때문에 조금씩 통제력을 잃어갈 겁니다. 지금의 교수님처럼요.
In the increasingly thick silence, the man's glazed eyes search futilely for something. Maybe he is searching for a way to escape or a certain person. However, the only thing in front of him is the legal document Jerome Adams brought with him. NSB office. Luke twirls his pen absentmindedly. Meanwhile, the grin on the face of the person who prompted him to twirl his pen grows wider by the second, despite his serious demeanor.
친절한 시민 씨, 최근 발생한 기업 데이터 대규모 유출 사건에 대해 알고 있는 걸 말씀해 주시겠어요?
강혁 씨가 이 사건을 담당하고 있을 줄은 몰랐네요. 예전처럼 도시의 불법 조직들을 감시하고 있는 줄 알았는데요.
저도 그쪽이 신원 미상의 유모 씨로 나타날 줄은 몰랐네요. 그리고 제 업무에 대한 방금 질문에 답하자면 멀티태스킹에 뛰어나다고만 해두죠.
Mary shrugs nonchalantly in response to Luke's stiff answer. His eyes linger on the document in Luke's hand for a few seconds. Company source codes have been leaked from a code hosting platform and an investigation has been launched.
그렇게 많은 기업의 기밀 데이터가 온라인에 흩뿌려졌으니 화인도 피해를 입었는지 어쨌는지 궁금해하는 게 당연하죠. 안타깝게도 해커는 나한테서 아무것도 캐내지 못해요. 그러니까 오늘은 그냥 놀러 온 거라고 하죠.
Luke frowns subconsciously after hearing Mary's tone, which is so casual you would think he is here for sightseeing. But he doesn't say anything because some colleagues from the NSB pass by from time to time. Marius, on the other hand, waits patiently for a few seconds before lowering his voice when no one is paying attention.
솔직히 데이터 문제보다 누나 상황이 더 신경 쓰이죠?
그게 무슨 뜻이죠?
누나가 속한 조사팀의 진전이 너무 느리잖아요. 충분히 투명하지도 않은 것 같고. 난 수업 들으면서 도와줬으니까 이번에는 강혁 씨가
필요로 한다면 행동을 취할 겁니다.
While they are talking, the busy flow of people behind them resumes quickly. Without changing his expression, Luke writes something on a piece of paper while he keeps talking.
억지로 시간을 내야 한다 해도
몸은 괜찮고요?
Luke looks up at the person in front of him. It's said that people tend to reveal their trump card at the last minute to catch their opponent off guard. Luke sighed calmly as if he had expected to be tested by the person revealing their trump card.
멀쩡해요.
Finn Jackson, revenge killing and robbery gone wrong are improbable. Considering Finn Jackson and Tara Upton's personal information and behavior before their disappearance, it is believed that Jackson had no intention of robbing Upton and did not hold a personal grudge against her. Law firm front desk. When you enter the busy firm alone again, you suddenly get the feeling that you're trapped in a time loop. Investigate the case, split up with Archer, meet briefly, and then split up again. You find it impossible to eliminate all your doubts about Artem's reason for splitting up with you, yet you haven't been able to find a good chance to discuss this matter with him alone. I need to find a way to break this deadlock. But what can I do? Lost in thought, you walk forward with your head down, only to come to a quick halt when someone suddenly appears in front of you.
괜찮으세요? 죄송해요. 제가 앞을 제대로 안 봐서 부딪혔네요.
Sorry, I'm the one who didn't notice. Small shipping boxes and documents are scattered on the ground at your feet. You quickly crush down and hand an envelope to the delivery man who is busy picking everything. You soon notice that a corner of the envelope you're holding is torn. Oh, I'm so sorry. I must have accidentally...
아니에요. 보내신 분이 저한테 주실 때부터 찢어져 있었거든요. 아직 멀쩡하니까 바꿀 필요 없다면서요.
The delivery man quickly consoles you after seeing you stare at the envelope. However, this isn't enough to make you look away or feel relief. Before you know it, you recite the recipient's name in your head. To Mr. Wing of Themis law firm. Wait, there's something else. As a piece of paper in the envelope slides to one side, you see a name through the tear in the envelope. Finn Jackson, this document is related to the case. The deliveryman starts to look at you in confusion, probably because you've been staring at the envelope for too long.
백 변호사님이랑 아는 사이이신가요? 퀵이라서 빨리 전달해 드려야 하거든요. 보통 본인이 직접 받으셔야 하는데 아무리 전화해도 안 받으셔서요. 하이, 이게 다 무슨 상황인지.
Extremely curious about the contents of the document, an idea flashes through your mind while you watch the deliveryman scratch his head in annoyance. Wait, can a friend sign for this type of express delivery on the recipient's behalf?
네, 여기 연락처만 남겨주시면 돼요.
Then you can give it to me. I'm Mr. Wing's partner at the firm. I'll put the document on his desk.
그래 주시면 너무 감사하고요. 먼저 여기 사인해 주시고.
You show the deliveryman your work ID to prove that you're an attorney of Themis law firm and take the envelope. The deliveryman rushes off through the revolving door and disappears. Meanwhile, you place your focus on the envelope again. Autumn has expressly confirmed that you can access any information he collects since you're investigating Finn Jackson's case with him. Drowning in curiosity, you even forget to take a step forward into the elevator despite the door opening. Since I have Mr. Wing's permission and this case is so urgent, I should read it first. After making up your mind, you step aside to make way for the other people who need to use the elevator and quickly open the envelope. I promised the deliveryman I would put the folder on Mr. Wing's desk, so I shouldn't eat my words. But what would happen after delivering the document? All you can do is update Artem on the phone. You would both still be trapped in an endless cycle with nothing changing. As someone who is also working on the case, I do have the right to know the contents of this folder. Even though you keep trying to convince yourself that you are doing this for the case, deep down you know that's not what's really driving you to open the envelope. This is your first chance in the last few days to break the vicious cycle you're trapped in, and you can't just watch it slip away. I should take a look. You examine the surface of the envelope carefully. The sender's name is quite common. As for the contact information, this is a virtual mobile phone number. You search the number repeatedly but fail to find any useful information. After that, you look inside the envelope. You take out the contents of the envelope one by one, which includes photos of companies, screenshots of web pages, copies of the company's business certificates, and other records. So, Mr. Wing is still collecting information on Finn Jackson's past employers. Oh, wait. You soon find some lists of the comparing these records. Some companies are using outdated seals on their most recent operating documents. Others have all the necessary legal paperwork but are essentially shell companies with empty offices in real life. You flip through the documents faster and faster because the conclusion is already clear to you. All the companies that employed Finn Jackson in the past have committed fraud to varying extents. He isn't educated well enough and doesn't have enough time and energy to commit fraud on such a large scale. Would this be the work of his employers? But why would they put in so much effort to cover up things for an ordinary employee? Ultimately, all the information about these companies leads you to a website with a rather strange domain name that is operated overseas. By placing an order through this website, you can hire someone to plan illegal activities like kidnapping or even more serious crimes, with each option clearly priced. Whether it's truly possible to hire people through this website or if it's just an online scam, it has certainly raised your suspicions.
사업 규모가 커지면 이상한 사람들을 만날 수밖에 없습니다. 회사 앞에서 다짜고짜 길을 막아서는 기자도 있고 이해관계가 충돌하는 경쟁 업체들도 많고 심하게는 우리한테서 또꼬무를 얻어먹으려는 불법 세력들까지 나타났습니다. 사기에 갈취에 여러 일이 있었지만 최예월 씨가 매번 해결책을 생각해낸 덕분에 재정적인 손실을 입은 적은 없었습니다.
Do you know how she handled these situations? Is she called the police or resolved them privately through other means?
그건 저도 잘 모르겠네요. 사장님께서 워낙 수완이 좋으신 터라 저희가 특별히 걱정한 적은 없었습니다.
The information in the envelope makes one thing clear. Finn Jackson is one of the people available for hire. Someone hired him to commit crimes. You subconsciously mutter under your breath. That would explain why these companies or his employers are all committed fraud. It's all a front to cover up crimes. Is this why Finn Jackson and Tara Upton both acted strangely before the incident? Finn Jackson had accepted the job and Tara Upton wanted to resolve the matter privately like always, except her plan didn't work this time. This information is really important. I need to let Mr. Wing know right away. You quickly call Artem knowing there's no time to waste. But after hearing the busy tone many times, you only receive a message from Artem. I'm in a meeting. If this is urgent, we can meet at my place. In a meeting? Apartment building lobby. Because you found some new key information, you report your findings to the others in the investigation team and share your location before going to Artem's residence. Like always, the scent of perfume similar to those used in a hotel lobby fills the hall. Sitting behind the front desk is a security guard. However, your instinct inexplicably tells you that you shouldn't go upstairs right now. I hope I'm overthinking things. You have no idea what the meeting Artem mentioned in his text is all about, and he also responded faster than he usually does. After thinking for a moment, you calm yourself down and walk toward the security guard with a polite smile on your face. Excuse me, do I need an access card to use the elevator here? This is my first time here, and I need to deliver some work documents to my boss, but I don't know where to go. Although you know that you can use a special passcode to use the elevator even if you don't have an access card, it's best if you pretend that you have never been here before, and you hope you can trick the security guard for now. After all, the security guard is the only person here who can accompany you into the elevator to Artem's residence, and having him come with you is an insurance measure just in case.
사장님? 어느 분 말씀하시는 거죠?
I'm looking for Mr. Wing, Artem. You tell him Artem's apartment number and wait for him to contact the owner via the intercom. So far, everything seems to be in line with the security procedures of a luxury apartment complex. After several minutes, the security guard hangs up and walks over.
알겠다고 하시네요. 길 안내를 부탁하셨어요.
As the elevator is currently on the 5th floor, you wait silently for it to descend after he presses the button. Nobody seems to be keen to break the silence. Meanwhile, you keep thinking about the phone call between the security guard and Artem. He just told the security guard to show me the way. I didn't find it strange that I asked the security guard to show me the way even though he knew I already knew how to get upstairs. As the elevator is about to reach the 1st floor, you calmly take out your phone and try to contact Artem. However, in the next few seconds, all you hear is the elevator opening. Then darkness sweeps towards you as a stranger's hand pulls you inside the elevator. After taking your phone and making sure you are blindfolded, the person who dragged you into the elevator doesn't say another word. What's even stranger is that you can smell Artem's cologne on the soft fabric covering your eyes. Could this be Artem's tie? After the elevator reaches a certain floor, the stranger finally speaks to you.
앞으로 가시죠, 변호사 아가씨. 허락 없이 백 변호사님 휴대폰으로 연락드린 점 이해해 주시길 바랍니다. 서류를 가져다 주셔서 감사합니다. 보답으로 백 변호사님을 만나게 해드리죠. 그동안 몰래 연락을 주고받은 지 꽤 됐지만 전 그래도 사람을 많이 끌어들이는 게 더 재밌을 것 같거든요. 특히 변호사 아가씨 말입니다.
A reward for running an errand. As you reluctantly step out of the elevator, you realize that the damaged document sent to the firm was probably bait to get you involved. At the same time, the person's polite words imply that you are on the verge of finding out everything Artem has been trying so hard to conceal. I need to calm down. I'll first check up on Artem's situation and then wait for an opportunity. Because you were forced to move around with your eyes covered, you can only rely on the smell of Artem's residence to determine where you are. You walk through the hall, then turn into a room at the stairs. Then someone walks up to you and gently removes the tie covering your eyes. Artem throws his tie aside casually, which then slides along the smooth table. Meanwhile, the person who removed the tie has already returned to where he was previously. He is leaning back comfortably on the sofa. Even though it's quite dark in the home theater, you can sense his gaze lingering on you for a while.
우리 사무소 사람을 데려온 겁니까? 솔직히 이 사람을 데려온 게 거래에 무슨 쓸모가 있는지 모르겠군요.
당연히 쓸모 있습니다. 저희는 김태석의 고용주로서 그쪽과 거래할 의사는 얼마든지 있거든요. 대신 그만큼 공평해야 하지만 말입니다. 워낙 변호사님이 열심히 준비하셔서 저희도 초대에 응할 수밖에는 없었습니다. 그래서 균형을 맞출 수 있는 카드를 따로 준비한 거고요. 이 정도는 이해해 주실 거라 생각합니다만.
What's this about a transaction and bargaining chips? Since this man claims to be Finn Jackson's employer, he should be in charge of that business for hiring people to commit crimes. But why would Arthur take the risk to have a transaction with these people? Is it just to locate Finn Jackson? Isn't that too risky? Artem thinks to himself. When he opens his eyes again, there seems to be a subtle smile in his expression, as if he's enjoying all this.
카드? 고작 이런 협상에서 우위를 점해보겠다고 우리 쪽 사람을 속여서 데려온 겁니까?
마음이라도 아프신 겁니까?
마음이 아프다. 예상 밖이라고 하는 게 더 맞겠군요. 보통 변호사의 협상이라는 건 종이 문서로 움직이는 거라서요. 서로의 균형을 맞추기 위한 협상의 카드가 살아있는 사람이라는 건 이쪽한테는 꽤 신선한 경험이네요. 근데 협상에 새로 합류한 변호사님은 아직 상황을 제대로 못 파악한 것 같습니다만.
The combination of his half-true villain act, playful sarcasm, and unintentionally revealed protectiveness makes the scene unfolding in front of you feel as absurd as a stage play. Under the spotlight, Artem only needs to pull you gently to drag you into this stage with no way out. Yes, I don't understand anything. Why have you been acting alone during this time, and why are you mingling with these people? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. You also express your long suppressed doubts in a half-serious tone. In this conversation that seems both like a performance and a confrontation, Autumn observes you quietly before saying anything. However, it's impossible for him to give a direct answer in this situation.
카드가 되려면 학교의 학생들처럼 질문을 쏟아내는 게 아니라 지시를 이해하고 따라야 하는 겁니다. 첫째, 아무것도 물어보지 말고 이쪽으로 걸어오세요. 둘째, 대화가 끝날 때까지 조용히 제 옆에 앉아 있어야 합니다. 끝나는 대로 집에 데려다 줄 테니까요. 그리고 오늘 밤은 서로 못 본 겁니다. 알겠죠?
Speaking gently like he is giving you a kiss, Autumn seems to be leading you onto an unknown path where you can join the chaos with him. At the same time, the criminal staring at you grins and stops you.
이게 무슨 소리입니까, 백 변호사님? 이 사람은 저희가 데려왔으니 저희 카드죠.
지금 상황을 파악하지 못한 건 그쪽 같습니다만. 물건은 물건으로, 사람은 사람으로. 거래는 이미 시작됐습니다. 전 이미 가격을 제시했고요. 우선 우리 사무소 사람부터 돌려받도록 하죠. 지불할 대가는 바로 저 자신입니다.
What?
그쪽한테 확실히 이득인 조건 아닙니까? 제 두뇌, 법조계 인맥을 모두 사용할 수 있게 될 테니까요. 그쪽은 그 사람만 저한테 돌려주면 됩니다. 알고 있는 정보를 조금 제공해주면 더 좋겠죠. 예를 들면 그쪽이 데리고 있는 석찬호 교수님이 지금 어떤 상태인지 같은 거 말입니다.
The name you never expected to hear here takes you by surprise, leaving you completely stunned. You look at Autumn suddenly, but you can't see his expression clearly due to the light from the screen that has been turned on behind him. Home theater.
석찬우? 무슨 말인지 모르겠군요, 백 변호사님.
다들 알고 있으니 모르는 척 안 해도 됩니다. 당신들은 보안업체로 위장한 작은 조직을 만들어 이따금 협박, 납치 같은 의뢰를 받아왔습니다. 그러다 어느 날 누군가로부터 미림시 법조계에서 저명한 석 교수님을 납치해 오라는 큰 건을 맡게 됐죠. 제가 이렇게 확신할 수 있는 이유는 이 영상을 일찍이 손에 넣은 것도 있지만 드디어 그동안 국내외에서 수집한 정보와 증거들이 빛을 발하게 됐거든요. 덕분에 그쪽을 찾아낼 수 있었고요.
Autumn presses the remote next to him in front of everyone. The image on the screen is distorted while Autumn fast forward to a certain moment, revealing a familiar figure who is squirming and cursing.
늙은애, 계속해봐, 계속해보라니까!
It's Neil Hume and Finn Jackson. Time seems to come to a stop at this moment. After the shaking footage cuts from Neil Hume to Finn Jackson who is kicking and hitting him, you look away and stare blankly at the man with his back to the screen in front of you. When did he get this video? How many times has he seen it? 5 times? 10 times? Or would he occasionally think of what's happening in the video when you're investigating something together? The person who he has been searching for behind everyone's back is right behind him, except they are separated by a screen. Your limbs become weak as your anger turns to exhaustion. You feel like the ground is sinking beneath you, pulling everyone down with it. The screen dims after the video ends, and darkness engulfs everything in the room, including Autumn's expressions. Same City Express Delivery for Artyom. Same City Express Delivery sent to Artyom. The sender has a fairly common name, and the contact information includes a fake phone number, making it impossible to verify their identity right away. Sender John Smith. Contact number XXXX. The contents document recipient Artyom Wing, recipient's address Themis Law Firm Stylist. Finn Jackson suspected of being involved in crimes. It is suspected that Finn Jackson was really working as hired muscle. Home teacher. In the darkness, the leader of the criminal organization standing between Artyom and Yu breaks the silence. He snores nonchalantly even though Artyom's video has revealed the criminal act of his underling.
어쩐지 겨우 김태석 하나 때문에 백 변호사님이 우릴 찾을 거라고 생각하진 않았습니다. 근데 말입니다. 고작 영상 하나로 거래 사슬을 파악했다는 겁니까? 의뢰를 받아서 납치를 했다. 저희가 이리저리 바쁘게 뛰어다닐 정도로 석찬우가 그렇게 값진 인물은 아닌 것 같던데요.
그쪽 눈에는 그냥 평범한 대학 교수일지 몰라도 다른 사람들한테는 놓칠 수 없는 인재니까요. 석 교수님은 법조계에서 상당한 명성을 떨치시는 분입니다. 다른 사람들이 노리는 건 아마도 그분의 전문적인 능력이겠죠. 그쪽이 석 교수님을 고문한 것도 결국 석 교수님의 정신을 무너뜨려 의뢰인의 도구로 만들려던 거 아닙니까?
Autumn turns on the screen again, but this time he pauses the video at the last scene with Neil Hume lying on the ground.
작업이 꽤 순조롭게 진행됐나 보군요. 그럼 이제 남은 건 석 교수님 쇠뇌에 성공했다는 걸 의뢰인에게 증명하는 거겠죠. 그쪽 수준에서는 석 교수님을 이용해 우선 그쪽의 법률 문서를 위조해 보는 게 생각해낸 최고의 방법이었을 겁니다. 그러면 석 교수님이 세뇌돼서 범죄에 자발적으로 가담했다는 걸 증명할 수 있으니까요. 그리고 위조된 문서는 반복적으로 사용할 수 있습니다. 그럼 예상치 못한 상황에서 쓸모가 있을지도 모르죠. 오늘 이렇게 우리 변호사를 속여서 데려온 것처럼 말입니다.
Autumn's eyes shift from the crowd to you. To be more precise, his eyes are focused on the envelope you are still holding. Autumn thinks that Neil Hume forged some documents after he was threatened by the people in the video. Why is he so sure of that? At the very least, you couldn't find any evidence indicating Neil Hume's involvement when you checked the documents before. The leader of the criminal organization seems to have realized this too and keeps looking at Artyom and you.
서류를 한번 훑어보고 누가 쓴 건지 알아볼 정도로 백 변호사님이 대단하신 줄은 몰랐군요.
사람이 글을 쓸 땐 저마다의 습관이 있습니다. 자주 사용하는 표현, 배열 방식, 특정한 문장 순서 등등. 그 사람에 대해 충분히 많이 알고 있으면 분석해내는 것도 어렵지 않다는 겁니다. 그리고 이 백 변호사가 실수한 건 아닌지 확인하고 싶지 않습니까? 실수한 거라면 오늘 밤뿐만이 아니라 앞으로도 웃음거리, 심지어 약점으로 삼을 수 있을 테니까요.
After leading their conversation, he urges you softly without waiting for anyone's consent.
이 거래랑 아무런 관련 없잖아요. 무사히 빠져나가고 싶다면 제가 시키는 대로 해요. 제가 말한 2단계 기억하죠? 제 앞으로 와요. 다른 건 생각하지 말고요.
I can only cooperate with him for now. As you watch White Artyom, you notice his eyes flickering. He seems to intentionally avoid your gaze and quickly opens the envelope. After the rustling of paper fades, Autumn raises a stack of paper in the air and drops all the evidence on the carpet at your feet.
이게 뭐 하는 짓입니까? 백 변호사님.
어떻게 말해야 할까요? 처음에는 그냥 이게 석찬호 교수님이 작성한 게 맞는지 확인하고 싶은 거였습니다만 상황이 상상 이상으로 흥미롭게 진행돼서요. 이 서류들은 최근에 급하게 작성하고 발표된 겁니다. 분명 석찬호 교수님의 작성 습관과 일치하는 부분이 있죠. 하지만 보잘것없는 수준입니다. 업계 사람이라면 한눈에 문제점을 알 수 있는 저급한 위조 서류고요.
What? That means... At this moment, Autumn is relaxed enough that he pauses. The faint sound of electricity in the home theater seems to grow louder in the dead silence. Meanwhile, the face of the ferocious-looking man in front of Artyom seems to be turning red in the darkness.
그 말은 영상처럼 고문을 당하고 생명이 위협받는 와중에도 석 교수님은 굴복하지 않으셨다는 거겠죠. 이 점은 제가 예상한 대로입니다. 그럼 이 사실들이 확인됐으니 이제 오늘 밤의 본론으로 들어가 보죠.
Autumn seems to have even predicted that the criminals would become increasingly impatient. He glances around slowly.
도대체 누가 석 교수님의 글을 모방해 서류를 작성하겠다는 엉터리 계획을 생각해낸 걸까요? 보나마나 진퇴양난의 상황에 놓인 그쪽일 겁니다. 그쪽 의뢰인이 빨리 결과를 보고 싶어 하니까. 직접 석 교수님을 흉내내서 어물쩍 넘어갈 수밖에 없었던 거겠죠. 하지만 이런 흉내는 금방 들통나기 마련입니다.
도대체 하고 싶은 말이 뭡니까?
The joy that filled your heart when you learned that Neil Hume wasn't completely under their control disappears when you hear the leader of the criminal organization speak angrily. At the same time, you notice that a few of the people beyond those gathered in a circle are moving quietly to block the door of the home theater. However, you have a plan to counter their moves. You move stealthily away from Artem slightly and grope in the darkness with your right hand. After touching the cool antique phonograph, you feel a row of small round buttons. This is Mr. Wayne's residence landline phone. The security guard must have used this to communicate with these people. When I told him I wanted to go upstairs. The security system is so advanced here, so there must be an emergency button I can press to alert the police. No one has noticed anything unusual yet. Your heart races as you try to identify which button you can use to communicate with the outside world without being noticed.
그러니까 석찬호 교수님한테 헛수고할 바에는 자발적으로 도움을 주겠다는 사람을 찾는 게 낫지 않겠냐는 겁니다. 제가 석 교수님의 명의로 그쪽의 법적 문제를 대신 처리해 주겠습니다.
Your hand stops suddenly. Not only because you heard Artem's ambiguous words, but also because he has quietly grabbed your hand in the darkness. He keeps looking ahead and waits for everyone to focus on him. He wants to take his place.
저희가 잘못 들은 건 아니겠죠, 백 변호사님? 위조하는 걸 도와주시겠다는 겁니까?
석 교수님이 할 수 있는 건 저도 할 수 있습니다. 들통난다고 해도 제가 나선 걸 알면 의뢰인도 크게 실망하진 않을 겁니다.
It's just an act. You've been telling yourself this since the moment you entered the home theater. However, in the darkness where nobody is watching, Autumn slowly moves your hand hovering over the landline phone away from the button. His next words plunge the conversation into an even more chaotic gray area.
제 성의가 의심된다면 먼저 이쪽 변호사를 보시죠. 이 집은 아파트 단지 내 다른 집들과 마찬가지로 화인의 스마트 제어 시스템이 설치되어 있습니다. 보안 경보 시스템도 포함되어 있고요. 마침 화인에 아는 사람이 있거든요. 차단 권한을 얻어 시스템을 비활성화해뒀습니다. 지금 몰래 신고하려고 해도 시스템을 다시 연결하려면 시간이 걸릴 겁니다. 쉽게 말하자면 누가 전화기를 막 누르더라도 아무 일도 일어나지 않을 거라는 거죠.
After Autumn stops your attempt to turn the situation around, you finally realize the true nature of this negotiation. Nobody is acting. He may even have decided a long time ago to take the place of his mentor.
교수님은 그 일이 끝나고 농담까지 하시더군요. 우리가 만든 암호가 꽤 효과적이군. 앞으로도 계속 사용하는 건 어떤가? 만약 우리 중에 누군가가 위험에 처하거나 연락이 끊기게 된다면 이런 방식으로 구조를 요청할 수 있지 않겠나라고 말씀하셨죠. 저라면 분명 본인을 찾아낼 수 있을 거라 믿는다고 하시면서요.
제가 신뢰를 범했네요. 요즘 계속 긴장한 상태로 있어서 자꾸 그때 상황을 떠올리게 되더라고요.
사람이라면 누구나 그럴 수 있다고 봅니다. 저도 가까운 사람이 위험에 빠지거나 행방불명된 적이 있거든요. 사고가 난 걸 알게 된 다음에는 어떤 방법을 쓰든 누구보다 빠르게 그 사람을 찾아내고 싶어하는 건 다들 같은 마음이겠죠.
No, if this goes on, Mr. Wing will. As if you are watching a card game that you have no power over, you realize that Artem has finally used his trump card. Your heart beats wildly like a pounding drum as you watch him walk further into the distance until he disappears into some indiscernible future. Even if he has prepared a way out, you can't bear to see him betray himself and work with people he despises. There are obviously better options. In the past, both you and Artem had found yourselves in situations where you needed to interact with criminals for your own reasons. Yet you find yourself unable to accept it this time. Is the reason that you're worried about the possible implication in the future? Or that you can't stand watching Artem investigate alone when you're left behind again, feeling uncertain about what's to come? Since I don't like this feeling, I'll turn uncertainty into certainty. You speak decisively after clearing your mind. I finally understand the situation now, Mr. Wing. You want to work with them to locate Finn Jackson and create an opportunity to make contact with Neil Hume in person. As for the people you're negotiating with, you pretend to think carefully for a moment and act calmly like Artem does when he confronts people. You then glance at the man opposite you. You guys still can't trust Mr. Wing yet, and think it's impossible for him to voluntarily become your accomplice, even if he says he is doing this for Neil Hume.
파트너분의 눈치가 꽤 빠르시군요, 백 변호사님. 그럼 변호사 아가씨 의견을 좀 들어볼까요?
Now you have become the uncertain factor to them. You sense Artem's eyes rise on you in surprise, as if his plan has been broken. Why try to force complete agreement and trust between people from two completely different worlds? What you both want is to give yourself more bargaining chips to protect your own interests. I'm giving everyone one extra option. Artem wanted to deal with your documents personally. I will. This is the real reason why you were lured here by that envelope. You'll be the one who restrains Artem so that he won't sink deeper and deeper into this quagmire of crime. You can even take advantage of this situation to stop Artem from obstinately doing whatever he wants to find his mentor. Capable enough to do anything you need. Plus, I'm sure you've realized that I'm an important partner to Artem. If I'm under your control, with just a little effort, you can pull the now empty envelope from Artem's hand. While taking the envelope, you let its sharp edge run gently around his wrist. Then you'll also have a hold over him, just like now. Autumn stares at you the whole time and seems to be going over all the possible chain reactions after realizing just how determined you are. However, you wait silently for the man's response without looking at Artem in case you waver. Time continues to pass. Eventually, the other party breaks the silence.
근데 변호사 아가씨, 정말로 이쪽에 합류하는 대가를 받아들일 수 있겠어요?
What do you mean?
간단해요. 두 번째 석찬우가 되는 거죠. 삼엄한 경호를 받겠지만 감시하에 활동해야 하고 사람들과 멀어져 심지어는 실종자처럼 살아야 할지도 모르죠. 이걸 다 받아들일 수 있다고요?
The man looks at Artem first when he speaks. His action makes his intention very clear. He is testing Artem's bottom line, not trying to scare you off. Why would I change my mind if no one is objecting? Hold on, why would Mr. Wing? As you say this in a low voice, you notice Artem's upper body move unnaturally nearby. But you don't have time to wonder why he did that as the man beckons to you.
그럼 거래는 성사된 걸로 합시다. 백 변호사님이랑 세부적인 부분을 상의하고 싶은데 잠시 나가서 쉬고 계시죠.
The door of the home teacher has been opened, and Artem doesn't seem to have any intention to stop you. As you are about to step outside the bright room,
무슨 내용이길래 앞에서 얘기 못하는 겁니까?
the man chuckles like he has finally managed to wait for his opponent to lose his cool.
그러게요. 무슨 내용일까요? 백 변호사님은 지금까지 두 가지 조건을 제시하셨습니다. 첫 번째는 석찬우를 만나는 거, 두 번째는 김태석을 찾는 거. 만약에 말입니다. 이 중 한 가지는 처음부터 저희가 들어드릴 수 없었던 거라고 한다면 어떻게 하실 건가요?
They can't fulfill it. What's going on? As you watch the situation unfold before you, you suddenly realize something. These cunning and greedy criminals who agreed to show up tonight have never thought about reaching a fair deal tonight. Autumn and you are both prey they have been targeting for some time now. Unfazed, Autumn sighs in relief before standing up.
그럼 이쪽에서는 그쪽이 과욕으로 말귀를 못 알아듣게 되었다고 생각하겠습니다. 다시 원점으로 돌아가 좀 더 직접적인 방식으로 다시 협상할 수밖에요.
What?
제가 부르기 전에는 고개 들지 말고 가만히 있어요.
You feel a dull pain in your shoulder. As you lose your balance and fall onto the sofa, you see one of the underlings fall to the ground. He tries to subdue Artem, but as he charges forward, Artem skillfully uses his momentum to hurl him into the wooden shelf filled with vinyl records behind you. Records fall to the ground, and Artem, slightly out of breath, now holds the pocket pistol that he somehow took from the underling's pocket. You hear an ominous clicking sound as the others react quickly.
그래요, 백 변호사님. 이제야 감을 좀 잡으셨군요. 이게 우리가 바라던 거래죠.
감을 잡았다.
아닌 척 하시는 겁니까? 지금 그쪽의 모습이야말로 스승을 찾기 위해 수단과 방법을 가리지 않고 우리랑 손을 잡으려 하는 공범 그 자체 아닙니까? 다시 말해, 이건 저희랑 접촉하기로 선택했으면 반드시 치러야 하는 대가인 겁니다. 저희 같은 사람이 되는 첫걸음이랄까요? 그래요, 그 표정이 나와야죠. 저희랑 얘기하는 게 지긋지긋하고 증오감이 생길 정도죠? 경찰 대신, 법 대신 직접 우리를 처벌하고 싶을 정도로 말입니다.
Autumn seems to say something, but you miss what he said because your full attention is drawn to something else. Even the men who were pointing their guns at you a few seconds ago look over at it. Less than half a meter from your hand, something has fallen onto the ground in the chaos. The screen lights up as it spins on the spot from the constant vibrations. Your phone. Home teacher. The vicious man with the gun clicks his tongue because the phone keeps ringing and doesn't look like it'll stop anytime soon.
누구 휴대폰입니까? 대답 안 하면 그냥 박살을 내버리는 수가 있어요.
It's mine. You force yourself to answer him before anyone else can make a move. You find yourself in a more difficult dilemma. Should you answer the phone? And how will you answer the phone? You stare at Mary's name on the screen and feel like all the blood in your fingertips is about to rush back to your heart. Fortunately, the pistol that Atom Snatch has created an opportunity for you. The man wants to come over and check the phone, but he can't move because he's in a standoff.
누굽니까?
I need to come out with something.
왜 말이 없습니까? 어이, 거기 누가 좀 가서 확인해봐.
It's a student from Salis University.
뭐?
Although their leader has given them a command, the underlings don't dare to move towards you because they aren't sure if Artem will shoot them. You jump at the chance to feed him an answer that is partly true and partly false. If you really have investigated Mr. Wim properly, you should know that he has been invited to give lectures at the college. I was there too. After class, a student asked me for his number, and I gave him my number because I didn't want to bother Mr. Wim. This student harassed us many times during the class. He'll keep calling until I answer.
그럼 빨리 안 받고 뭐 합니까?
The man is obviously more worried about a bullet that could be fired at any time than this unreasonable student. After voicing his irrational irritation, he looks back at Atom, who has been silent the whole time.
조금이라도 상황이 이상하게 흘러가는 것 같으면 둘 다 바로 석찬과 재회할 수 있게 해드리죠.
Hello, aren't you that student in the general education class that Mr. Wing was teaching? I remember you were quite active in class and asked a lot of questions about him and Professor Hume. You left quite an impression on us. You sense Autumn's astonished eyes on you. Your words give away that you had eavesdropped on him, but this is also your only way to let Maris know the unusual situation you're facing.
강희,
아, 맞아요. 전에 도강했었죠.
You pretend to sigh helplessly and continue speaking like you really are comforting a mischievous student. I've already told you that you can send Mr. Wing an email if you want to discuss anything about the class with him. You'll interfere with our work if you keep calling me.
지금 다들 바쁘신가 보네요.
Exactly.
근데 메일을 보내도 언제 답장이 올지 알 방법이 없잖아요. 아, 나중에 또 오시나요? 설명회나 그런 거 안 하세요? 제 쪽에 백 변호사님을 만나 뵙고 싶어 하는 친구들이 많아서요.
Fortunately, Meredith catches on quickly and does a good job of keeping up the act.
괜찮다면 시간이랑 장소 좀 알려주시면 안 될까요?
Actually, there is a campus recruitment presentation plan, but we might hold it online because Mr. Wing will be working from home during that time.
재택이요? 알겠습니다. 그럼 시간은요?
Meredith repeats himself softly, hearing the underlying meaning of his whispered words. You answer quickly. Next Saturday morning at 10:30 a.m. Meanwhile, the time displayed on the clock in the home theater is 10:30 p.m. Now that you have conveyed the information about the time, place, and relevant people, you and Artem just have to hold on until the call ends.
알겠습니다. 그럼 나중에 다시 얘기 나눌까요? 어차피 금방 다시 만날 거잖아요.
After ending the call, you realize that your palms are completely covered with sweat. Now I just need to wait. I must be patient. I wonder how long it will take Marius to get here. The feeling of realization that surges through your tense body fills your ears with a pounding sound that drowns out all the sound around you. As a result, you don't even notice the increasingly loud sound of electricity in the home theater. By the time you notice it, your wait has come to an end. The power is out. It shouldn't happen at Artem's apartment. Someone grabs your wrist before you can think. The next thing you know, you're running with this person. You can't see where you're going in the darkness, and the only thing you can smell is Artem's cologne.
꽉 잡아요.
After hearing another loud bang, you feel like you stepped on something broken on the floor. Then the night breeze rushes into the home theater. Each of the rooftop.
먼저 가요.
The wind howls at the edge of the balcony. Autumn lifts you up easily and helps you climb over the railing into a blind spot. Looking down, you see a fire escape ladder about 2 meters away from you. The closer you get to the other side, the more clearly you can see the neon lights of the street through the gaps in the stairs. Should I climb down?
위험하다고 생각되면 안 해도 돼요.
Autumn pulls you back toward him, probably because he doesn't want you to look down over the edge of the railing. He has also climbed over when you weren't paying attention. He moves slightly to give you some room to move around in this cramped space.
방금 제가 협상을 위해 스마트 제어 시스템을 꺼뒀다고 한 거 기억나요?
Yes.
그 사람들을 속이기 위해서 거짓말한 거예요. 화인 보안센터랑 연결된 시스템이라 제 쪽에서 무슨 수를 쓰든 끌 수가 없거든요. 그래서 화인 쪽 관리자가 조작해주면 시스템의 긴급 프로그램을 가동할 수 있어요. 전원을 차단한다거나 경찰에 신고하는 식으로요. 그리고 집주인이 아니라면 이런 곳에 사람이 숨을 만한 작은 공간이 있다는 걸 절대 모를 거예요. 이젠 기다리기만 하면 돼요.
Pax, was that power outage really caused by Marius? But he shouldn't be able to do anything that quickly. Did you tell the others about your situation? The most natural and the easiest conclusion for you to make is that, like always, Autumn told and warned everyone about his situation before making contact with those dangerous people. However, he shakes his head after a long pause.
아니요. 조사팀의 사람들이 이렇게 빨리 반응할 수 있던 건 당신 덕분이에요. 조사팀 사람들은 어쩌면 최근 제 동향에 대해 의심을 품고 있었을지도 몰라요. 그래서 당신이 여기로 온다고 했을 때 더 각별히 신경을 썼을 거고요. 그리고 저로서는 오늘 밤의 거래와 교수님의 일 모두 당신만 알았으면 좋겠거든요.
You only wanted me to know, but why? You find yourself unable to finish your question. You hear a flurry of footsteps approaching, which means that more people are coming to the rooftop to search for you too. After that, you feel Artem tighten his grip around your wrist. To you, his action feels like a symbol of his determination in what seems like an inevitable situation, rather than an instinctive reaction to his fear of being exposed.
곧 알게 될 거예요.
Rooftop. Soon after that, Marius helps you climb back to the open area on the rooftop.
어때요? 금방이라고 했죠?
You came sooner than I imagined. Thanks. You're not in the mood for chit-chat right now, so you inspect the surroundings after you thank Marius. Despite their casual attire, all the young people moving around the scene are NSB investigators. And Luke is recording something at the edge of the crowd. You guys...
일찍부터 국정원은 이 불법 조직을 쫓고 있었어. 이번에 미끼를 풀어 한 번에 잡아낸 거고. 근데 둘이 이렇게 모험을 강행할 줄은 몰랐네? 김태석을 찾으려고 직접 조직이랑 접촉할 줄이야.
Finn Jackson? Upon hearing your slightly confused whisper, Luke stops what he is doing and looks up.
아니야? 백은호 씨랑 둘이 최근 김태석의 행적을 찾아다녔잖아. 초기 조사가 끝나면 왜 이런 짓을 벌인 건지, 왜 너까지 끌어들인 건지 물어봐야겠어.
Just like you when you entered the home theater a few hours ago, Luke is completely unaware of anything related to Neil Hume and is focused solely on the case itself. I only wanted you to know about tonight's transaction and the matters concerning my mentor. The words Artem said to you not long ago ring in your ears.
안색이 안 좋아 보이네?
I'm just a little cold after standing here on the rooftop for so long. I'll feel better with a blanket. After saying goodbye to Luke for now, you go to the other side of the rooftop away from the crowd instead of going downstairs. The first thing that catches your eye are the waves of the swimming pool rolling in the wind. Autumn's reflection in the moving water turns his head to look at you from the railing.
왔어요?
He seems to have known from the beginning that you would be rescued and that you would come to him. As you get closer, he shuffles toward the railing until you're looking at the night view next to each other. The night breeze whips up your hair, which almost rests gently on Artem's arm. Mr. Wing, when did you find the new clues about Professor Hume? Although you haven't confirmed your guess with anyone, you believe it is very close to the truth. Autumn has been looking for Neil Hume since before the Finn Jackson case, or maybe even earlier.
전에 비밀 경매 행사에서 감금된 교수님이 폭행당하는 영상을 입수했어요. 오늘 미디어룸에서 당신이 본 그 영상이죠. 영상의 모습을 드러낸 사람을 조사해보니 김태석이란 남성을 찾아낼 수 있었어요. 그렇게 그 사람에 대한 조사를 시작하게 됐고요.
You didn't tell anyone about this, and nobody noticed anything either.
제가 말한 적은 없어요. 이상한 점을 눈치챈 사람이라면 윤노아 씨가 의심한 적은 있는데 단순한 추측일 뿐이었어요. 실질적인 증거는 아무것도 찾지 못했죠. 그래서 지금 석찬호 교수님의 상황을 아는 건 저 그리고 당신뿐이에요.
Autumn Stone makes you feel like you're having a conversation about your daily lives in the evening breeze. But the sounds coming from the distance behind you constantly remind you that you had both just escaped from a perilous situation at the cost of sharing your secrets with each other. But the others will also find out soon, right? Everyone will ask us about what happened tonight. When that happens,
과연 그럴까요?
Autumn's rhetorical question gently fades in the wind. You look at him in confusion because you don't understand what he means.
아까 같이 여기에 숨어 있을 때 왜 당신을 고른 건지, 왜 비밀을 털어놓은 건지 물었죠. 이 조사팀에서 교수님을 찾는 제 심정을 진심으로 이해해 줄 수 있을 만한 사람이 당신 한 사람밖에 없었거든요.
You find yourself unable to refute him. Those emotions of not wanting to see another person take risks alone and wanting to bring that person back to your side urgently. He probably felt all these emotions you experienced tonight in their home theater when he watched the video of his mentor.
그래서 석찬호 교수님을 납치한 사람들과 접촉하기로 결심하기 전에 전 제 자신과 두 가지 배팅을 했어요.
Two wagers?
네. 첫 번째는 당신이 여기로 끌려와서 석찬호 교수님이 납치되었다는 사실을 알게 되더라도 조사팀의 다른 사람들한테 이걸 알리지 않을 거라는 것. 물론 배팅하기 전에 미리 계획을 준비해 두긴 했어요. 협상이 끝난 다음에 적어도 당신만큼은 안전하게 떠날 수 있도록 말이에요. 오늘 밤에 아무도 도와주러 오지 않았더라도 당신은 무사히 빠져나갔을 거예요.
At the very least, your intuition tells you that this is not the time to ask Autumn about the plans he had devised. Sometimes choosing silence after recognizing the truth can be a kind gesture to those in front of you.
결과적으로 제 계획은 필요 없게 됐지만 당신도 다른 사람한테 석 교수님이 납치됐다고 말하지 않았거든요.
That's right, because you grip the railing tightly as the look Artyom gives you seems to penetrate the softest part of your heart and makes you afraid to look at him. It's because I have a strange feeling that you don't want everyone to know that you're searching for Professor Hume. Yet, you wanted to get in touch with those criminals to confirm his situation before telling anyone about it.
그렇게 생각한 이유가 있나요?
Based on your usual way of doing things, it's impossible for you to take part in such a risky transaction, not unless there's a compelling reason, such as wanting to confirm whether Professor Hume had done anything to betray the investigation team after being kidnapped and wanting to clear his name. Because there was indeed some speculation surrounding Professor Hume's disappearance.
메일을 보낸 사람이 교수님인 건 맞습니다. 하지만 그게 교수님이 유신성 씨를 납치했다는 증거가 될 수 없죠.
이메일 주소뿐이라면 해명의 여지가 있을지도 모르죠. 하지만 최근에 복구된 이메일에선 혼자 와라라는 요구사항까지 명시돼 있었어요.
백은우 씨, 증거는 확실해요. 석찬호 씨가 스승이라고 해서 사실을 부정하면 안 되죠.
The most direct way to confirm this would be to find a chance to meet him in person. Because I trusted you, I decided to wait until you had done what you wanted to do before taking any action.
믿음인가요?
Mr. Wing, suddenly something seems different. Although the neon lights in the distance are still illuminating your faces, you see a hint of darker emotions in Artem's eyes. It's like your honesty and trust in him have made him feel guiltier instead of relief. You suddenly feel like you really need to console him, so you speak again before Artem can. But aren't we certain now? Professor Hume didn't do anything for his kidnappers, and there's no evidence that he kidnapped Jian. You said he didn't write those fake legal documents.
거짓말이에요.
The moment Artem whispers those words, the office building facing the rooftop dims as the lights are turned off. Dark clouds pass over the glass surface of the office building, making your figures even harder to see in the huge reflection. You lied? I don't understand.
그 서류는 교수님이 직접 만든 거예요. 사람마다 특정한 표현이나 습관 같은 게 있거든요. 전 교수님과 오랫동안 함께 일해온 만큼 한눈에 알아볼 수 있어요. 왜 들키지 않은 건지에 대해서는 범죄 조직의 조직원들도 석 교수님이 작성했다는 사실을 몰랐다는 거겠죠.
Are you saying they were tricked? How's that possible? Did Professor Hume do that, or...
현재로서는 확실하지 않아요. 지금 확신할 수 있는 건 단 한 가지뿐이죠. 현재 제가 파악하지 못한 어떠한 이유로 교수님은 납치당한 이후에 많은 양의 서류를 위조해 김태석의 정체를 숨겨줬다는 거예요. 지금까지 알아낸 정보는 유신성과 아무런 관련점이 없지만 사람들의 상상력을 자극하기에는 충분하죠.
But he could have been forced, right? Your voice is louder than usual due to your eagerness to refute Artem's inference. However, Artem just shakes his head and looks in a direction where you can't see.
그럴지도요. 하지만 교수님의 성격이라면 일단 모든 수단을 동원해 외부와 연락하려 하셨을 거예요. 전에도 그러셨거든요. 저랑 약속도 했고요. 반쯤 농담이었지만.
He's always been.
법학과에서 한 강의를 엿들었다고 했으니 알고 있겠죠?
To be honest, you don't need any reminders as your memories come flooding back when you look into Artem's eyes.
정확히 말하자면 제가 교수님과 잠시 떨어져 행동한 시기가 있었는데 그때 교수님이 정체불명의 사람에게 미행을 당하시게 된 거죠. 교수님은 본인이 감시당하고 있다는 걸 눈치채셨고 위급한 상황을 암시하는 메시지를 저한테 보내셨습니다.
휴대폰으로 메시지 보내면 상대방이 알아채지 않을까요?
그 메시지는 교수님과 저만 이해할 수 있는 내용입니다. 전에 함께 학술 문제를 논의할 때 접했던 언어로 작성됐거든요. 엄밀히 말하자면 그렇게 복잡하지 않았습니다. 산스크리트어나 그리스어 같은 외국어의 간단한 조합이었기 때문이죠. 그렇게 전 바로 위급 상황임을 알아차리고 경찰과 협력하여 교수님을 위험에서 구출해낼 수 있었습니다. 교수님은 그 일이 끝나고 농담까지 하시더군요. 우리가 만든 암호가 꽤 효과적이군. 앞으로도 계속 사용하는 건 어떤가? 만약 우리 중에 누군가가 위험에 처하거나 연락이 끊기게 된다면 이런 방식으로 구조를 요청할 수 있지 않겠나라고 말씀하셨죠. 저라면 분명 본인을 찾아낼 수 있을 거라 믿는다고 하시면서요. 손 한번 줘볼래요?
After getting your silent consent, Artem pulls your hand on the railing gently. He turns your palm over and writes a string of symbols on your palm with his index finger, each stroke giving you a solid sensation. This is...
제가 교수님이랑 사용했던 암호예요. 그리스어 구문으로 이루어져 있죠. 뜻은 난 여기에 있다고요.
After writing this, Artem seems to want to let go of your hand for a moment, but instead decides to pull it tighter. The warmth of his palm spreads into your palm, enveloping you along with his whispers.
교수님을 찾았어요. 근데 어떻게 해야 다시 데려올 수 있을까요?
The combination of their voices from the past and questions from the present make it difficult for you to tell whether Artem is really asking you for a solution. The wind carries his words away easily, leaving the two of you standing in silence in the small corner of the rooftop.
물론 방금 말한 것처럼 교수님이 구조 요청을 못하신 이유는 여러 가지가 있을 거예요. 하지만 저는 예전처럼 교수님을 믿어드린다고 해도 다른 사람은 교수님이 서류를 위조한 걸 알게 되면 어떻게 생각할까요? 사람들은 보통 겉모습만 보고 무언가를 판단해요. 위조된 서류 문서가 눈앞에 놓이면 최악의 경우를 상정할 수밖에 없는 거죠. 그래서 전 다른 사람이 교수님을 배신자라고 생각하고 행동을 취하기 전에 교수님은 변하지 않았다는 걸 증명해야만 해요.
That's why you made a second bet tonight. Subconsciously, you finish his thoughts in a whisper. After all, Artem's words and deeds tonight have proved one thing to you. He'll continue to do everything he can to find Neil Hume after tonight. In front of you, although the night breeze has tousled his banks, he looked through them at you with unreserved trust.
두 번째 배팅은 당신이 모든 걸 알게 된 다음에도 제가 교수님을 찾아 결백을 증명하는 걸 허락해 줄 거라는 것. 이제 말해줘요. 두 번의 배팅. 그 결과는 제가 맞게 걸었나요?
Rooftop. Tell me the results of my wagers. At the same moment Artem says this to you, the tall buildings around you all go to sleep one after another as their lights are turned off. As always, they will illuminate the world again the next day, just as they have for countless days and nights before. But is it truly so? As you look at Artem, you have a strong feeling that something is changing and that neither you nor him can do anything to stop this change. Regarding your question, there's an answer you are hoping to hear, right?
네.
He trusts you completely, just like how he trusts Neil Hume. He trusts that you will understand his actions and wait for him to gather the evidence needed to restore people's faith in Neil Hume, even if he has to pay a huge price. So his real question is, tell him whether he was right on to bet on you out of his trust in you.
지금 당장 대답 안 해도 돼요. 부담 가질 필요도 없고요. 어떻게 하든 다 받아들일게요. 누가 왔네요. 오늘 밤에는 충분히 많은 일이 있었으니까 제가 전에 약속한 대로 집까지 데려다 줄게요.
As if to confirm Artem's words, footsteps soon sound from the other side of the rooftop. It's time for you to make a decision. People will soon learn that Neil Hume has been kidnapped and will ask you and Artem whether you know more about his situation. And you will. After your experiences tonight, you have made up your mind. Your instincts dominate you due to your turbulent and chaotic emotions. You look at Artem and hook your pinky around his.
이건
This way. If I'm being completely rational, I have to tell everyone about Neil Hume. But you feel like you can almost imagine exactly what will happen after you share everything as you listen to the approaching footsteps. It's because your imagination is so real that it stirs up a powerful chaotic emotion within you, caught between reason and sentiment. In the end, your instinct takes control of your body. With Artem's hand in yours, you push him into the small corner of the rooftop again before squeezing in yourself. Don't move. Although the footsteps start to fade in the distance, you don't let go of Artem yet. You quickly free one hand to mute both of your phones.
대체 왜
Let me stay here for a little longer. Before I answer your question, I want to confirm two things with you.
알겠어요.
Probably because he hears the stubborn tone in your words, Artem chooses not to stop you and even moves slightly closer to the railing. Only in this way can you two stay together and look into the distance in this place between the apartment and the boundless darkness of the night. With your communication devices muted, the surroundings are so quiet that only the sounds of your sharp breathing can be heard. While you are shrouded in silence, the shadow cast by the railing creeps toward Artem, leaving half of his body in the soft light and the other half in the shadows. Given the current situation, if we are to find Professor Hume, Finn Jackson is our most obvious and important clue. The sooner we find him, the higher our chance of finding Professor Hume. Am I right?
네. 납치당한 사람한테 시간은 생사를 가르는 문제니까요.
So, if we want to bring Professor Hume back to us as soon as possible, we must close this case as quickly as we can, right?
제 생각은 그래요.
You close your eyes and take a deep breath. When you open your eyes, the idea that took root in your heart since you were in the home theater grows stronger. You have my promise. I'll keep your secret until we close the case.
조금 있으면 여기 있는 모두가 교수님이 납치당한 사실을 알게 될 거예요. 그땐
Even when that happens, I won't reveal anything that will make people start speculating. After all, no one knows for sure whether Professor Hume really has become a traitor. Publicizing this rashly is likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he hasn't gotten in the way of our investigation yet, so it's better to wait and see. At the same time, since the mystery concerning Professor Hume is directly related to the truth of this case, our best course of action is to close the case as soon as possible.
고마워요.
After we close the case, I'll decide whether to keep this secret depending on the situation. If you accept my conditions, your tone is firm and slightly serious, but your extended pinky exposes your true feelings. Then, I want you to make a promise to me, just like with your mentor in the past. Don't do risky things alone anymore. If you have to do something risky, bring me with you, okay?
교수님 때처럼 말인가요?
Artem and his mentor, you and Artem, you feel like you're in a wonderful fantasy the moment he hooks his pinky around yours. Images of you in the present and Artem in the past overlap in your mind, but this time you'll make sure he doesn't walk down a path leading to chaos.
좋아요. 약속한 거예요. 결과가 어떻게 되든 당신의 판단을 절대적으로 믿을 테니까요.
You release Artem's hand and subconsciously sigh in relief like you've accomplished something important. Only then do you realize that the rooftop of Artem's place is unusually cold at night and shiver.
이제 들어가요. 여긴 다 좋은데 저녁만 되면 바람이 세게 불거든요.
He quickly takes off his jacket and wraps it around you before going downstairs with you. For a moment, everything feels like it's back to normal. While listening to Artem joke about the layout of his place, you respond to his comment with a smile. If I live in such a beautiful yet empty place, I will probably sneeze the whole time while enjoying the night view. What am I saying?
저도요.
As if to comfort you, Artem pauses while taking off his jacket and responds to your words. But seeing his expression as he looks at the city in the night, you realize that there's more to it than that.
하지만 여기에서 오랫동안 야경을 보고 있으면 가끔은 외로워질 때도 있어요. 이 세상은 너무나도 빨리 변화하고 있어요. 그에 비해 저희들의 존재는 너무 미미해서 변화를 멈출 수가 없죠.
Before he finishes speaking, a police car's siren blasts through the air in the middle of the night as it speeds through the streets, under the rapidly constructed office buildings and luxury apartment buildings nearby. If one gazes at this scenery for too long, it really is easy to have the illusion that they are facing everything alone. Order can be broken in an instant. The bonds established with others could suddenly disappear for good too, leaving one all alone with their loneliness. You smile in response to these thoughts and return to the balcony while holding Artem's arm. By the way, Finn Jackson's case hasn't been closed yet, so I might be bothering you a lot in the future. You won't always be alone.
당연하죠.
So, you pick up your piece to catch up with Artem until the two of you are walking side by side. With the warm indoor area inside, you take off Artem's jacket and return it to him. At the same time, you slip a candy into a pocket while he isn't paying attention. The spicy aroma of chili oil candy blends in with a faint fragrance. On the soft fabric, your scents have already intertwined. From now on, share some of your loneliness with me. Gladiolus Valley. In this room, it's impossible to tell the time with the clock alone. After the sound of a muffled kick resounds in this room illuminated by coal light all year round, Matthew Richter swaggers into the room after retracting his leg.
아직도 안 갔어? 의사놀이 그만하고 빨리 정리하고 가.
누가 오나요?
Jerome Adams looks back and asks calmly. Neil Hume, who seems to be on his last breath in front of him, also raises his head slightly.
누구겠어? 고유진이지. 회진하러 온다니까 좀 있으면 도착할 거야.
This so-called ward round refers to Wilson Soldiers' routine check-up of the health status of the kidnapped individuals. After checking their health, the kidnapped individuals will be asked to change their minds every day, usually having to choose between submitting to him or receiving a drug injection. Matthew Richter walks around Neil Hume and clicks his tongue as he kicks away a syringe that was left here a few days ago.
고유진 몰래 석찬호 보러 온 거 아니야? 그러면 지금 빨리 튀거나 얼버무릴 수 있는 변명을 찾는 게 좋을 거다.
Before Jerome Adams can respond, Neil Hume winks obviously at him with his murky eyes. As his eyes search for Jerome Adams, he utters something hoarsely.
자네 고유진이 보낸 게 아니었나?
말씀드렸잖아요. 어려서부터 전 제 뜻대로만 행동해 왔다고요.
난
Neil Hume's voice trails off, maybe because he is too tired to keep speaking, or perhaps he is simply lost in thought. Seeing that the person in front of him has fallen silent, Jerome Adams quickly changes the subject.
지금이라도 결정하세요. 스승님의 명령이 아니라 제 의지로 교수님을 찾아왔다는 걸 알게 되셨으니 이제 제가 가져온 서류를 한번 보고 싶지 않으신가요? 한 번만 펼쳐보시면 새롭게 시작할 기회를 얻게 될지도 모르죠. 왜 본인이 아직도 금난 계곡에 남아있는지 생각해보세요.
무슨 말을 하는 건가?
석 교수님, 이곳에 만병통치약이 있는지 직접 확인하고 싶지 않으신가요? 아니면 단순한 연구보다는 살아있는 사람한테 더 관심이 가시는 건가요? 저나 고유진 같은 사람이 왜 이런 길을 선택했는지 궁금하시겠죠? 정말 저한테 관심이 없으셨다면 애초에 저랑 이렇게 오래 대화를 나누시지도 않았을 테니까요. 듣자하니 법조인들은 저희 같은 사람들의 심리를 그렇게 흥미롭게 여긴다던데요?
날 끌어들이면
Neil Hume laughs mockingly while coughing at the wet ground.
쓸모를 다한 자네가 스승님에게 버려지는 건 아닐지 걱정되지도 않나. 그자는 네 아버지한테도 손을 댔네. 너한테 무슨 짓을 하든 죄책감조차 느끼지 않겠지. 이제 금방 고유진이 회진하러 올 거네, 견우. 전처럼 날 보러 온 걸까? 아니면 점점 말을 안 듣기 시작한 널 찾으러 온 걸까? 생각해 본 적 있나?
Before Neil Hume finishes speaking, Matthew Richter clicks his tongue a few more times to brush them, but he turns and leaves the room after seeing that he has been ignored. After watching him leave the room without saying anything to save himself, Neil Hume looks into Jerome Adams' eyes again.
이제 구경 좀 시켜주는 건 어떤가?
Judicial Forensic Center.
어라, 이상하네.
In the Forensic Evaluation Center of Themis, a researcher frowns while flipping through a stack of freshly printed reports on Finn Jackson's case. A colleague who is walking toward the pantry with a cup of instant noodles casts a curious look at him and is about to say something when the researcher waves at him first.
미안한데 최대한 빨리 경찰 쪽에 알려줄 수 있어? 감정 결과가 나왔는데 사건 현장에서 발견한 그 캐리어 최예월과 관련 없을 가능성이 높아. 오히려
The researcher suddenly stops talking. An uninvited visitor walks in with a big strides before catching his breath after pushing the door open.
지금 시간 되겠습니까? 감식반이 쓰레기 매립장에서 비닐봉지 하나를 입수했습니다. 최대한 빨리 감정을 부탁드리죠.
비닐봉지? 안에 뭐가 들었죠?
지금 경찰이 확인한 물품 중에는 김태석의 옷가지가 섞여 들어 있습니다.
그럼 다른 건
Even the least likely hypothesis must be stated clearly at this time, so Darius Morgan says one more thing without any delay.
김태석 본인의 신체 조직일 가능성이 있습니다.
Appointed rideshare driver abandons car, involved parties, Finn Jackson suspicious, handled by Ferrara, missing person and twice 066. Case details. Finn Jackson, the missing person in this case, has been missing for almost a month after abandoning his private vehicle in a deserted landfill on the outskirts of Dallas. According to relevant sources, Jackson once made several large purchases at a KTV bar in the city. Although he claimed he would pay for these purchases as soon as possible, he later went silent. Meanwhile, when Salis police were investigating an auto parts reselling operation on the outskirts of the city, they discovered Jackson had left his vehicle at an abandoned landfill before disappearing. After investigating the area, police confirmed that Jackson was using his private vehicle to drive for a ride-sharing service and pick up a customer named Tara Upton. However, a deeper investigation revealed that Jackson was using a fake identity for the ride-sharing service, and the state of the car interior indicated that he and Upton engaged in a violent physical struggle. Furthermore, police also found a suitcase suspected to have been discarded by Jackson near where the vehicle was abandoned. The suitcase contained damaged human tissue and organs. After initial forensic analysis, the tissue and organs were suspected to belong to Upton, but more tests were required. But with the footprints and tracks left by the suitcase wheels near Jackson's vehicle, he was suspected of murdering Upton. However, due to inadequate surveillance coverage near the landfill, details of the conflict between the two, as well as Jackson's whereabouts, could not be confirmed. Finn Jackson has a history of performing robberies many years ago, and he hid Tara Upton's business card independent hanging in his rideshare car for unknown reasons. In addition to being after money, his other possible motives include repeating similar crimes from his past or murdering Upton for purely personal reasons. However, according to Tara Upton's professional driver, Jacob Yates, Upton gave him a long vacation before she was killed, leading her to use the ride-sharing app Jackson drove for. Upton also had a lot of experience dealing with external threats to her company on her own. It is also suspected that she had frequent contact with someone before she disappeared. This could mean the two parties met privately under the guise of using the ride-sharing service for unknown reasons, and an accident eventually took place. As investigation continued, new doubts emerged concerning Vin Jackson. Much of his work history was falsified, and his real employer was an organized gang that employed murderers. This gang advertised their criminal services online and was once hired to assist in the kidnapping of Neil Hume. With this information and knowledge of Upton's strange behavior before her disappearance, it was assumed that Jackson was not repeating a past crime or engaging in this behavior for personal reasons, but was hired to murder Upton. However, when members of the criminal organization Jackson worked for were arrested, the police still had not confirmed whether he was hired to assassinate her. Then the case was turned on its head. According to the official report issued by the Judicial Forensic Center, the human remains in the suitcase in the Finn Jackson case actually belonged to multiple deceased persons, not including Tara Upton. Meanwhile, the police also discovered human organs at the landfill and sent them to be tested. So far, the police and relevant personnel at the Judicial Forensic Center believe that Upton was not the individual murdered in the Finn Jackson case. Rather, they believe Jackson, who has been missing and suspected of masterminding this whole crime from beginning, was actually the victim. Robin, hired killers. Other than investigating the culprits themselves, we also need to look into whoever hired them. King, it's really scary when you think about it. How could the owner of a company get wrapped up in such a deadly situation in this day and age, paired with the huge data leak a while back? It seems like PAX needs to up its security. Adjudicator. The human tissue in the suitcase came from multiple deceased victims. It looks like our next step is confirming their identities. The circumstances surrounding them will most likely uncover some secrets in this case. Libra. Death finally caught up with the merchant who fled to Samara. In this case, who is the one on the run and who is Death? Finn Jackson, male 33 years old, professional enforcer. Years ago in his hometown, Finn Jackson committed several illegal acts, including theft and robbery. He was later accused of burglary and murder but was ultimately sentenced to 5 years in prison for breaking and entering due to a lack of evidence. After being released from prison, he moved to Salis for work. However, due to his volatile personality and obsession with making a quick buck, he frequently switched jobs. As for his time served, Jackson seemed to hold firm that he was free and would be exonerated one day. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that Jackson's real job in St. Louis was as a member of an organized gang, and he had participated in the kidnapping of Neil Hume. However, concerning his disappearance, it is currently believed that he was not hired to murder Tara Upton as he was tasked with abducting Neil Hume before. Instead, he is actually suspected of being the accidental victim in this case. Adjudicator. Others saw him as an evil criminal, but he was convinced the truth would prevail and his sins would be washed away. There can be so much division between people sometimes. Libra. If he disagreed with the original verdict and consulted an attorney to make an appeal, as is his legal right, maybe everything would have turned out differently. Raven. But there's no use talking about what ifs. The NSB is going to interrogate Finn Jackson's apprehended associates soon. I hope it will lead to a faster resolution to this case. King. Really? Then I look forward to it.